And good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. My name is Seth Berry. I'm the House Chair, and I represent House District 55, which is Bowden, Bodenham, almost all of Richmond, and beautiful Swan Island on the Kennebec. We're here for work sessions today on LDs 347, 170, 251, and 285. And then at 12:30 or so, we will take up a public hearing on LD 1053 regarding microgrids. And part of today, the first part I'll be chairing for, and then I'll be turning it over to Senator Vitelli to chair for my bills. So with that, let's go right to committee introductions, and I will begin with Senator Vitelli.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Eloise Vitelli. I represent District 23, which is 10 towns in Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County, and I live in Arousik.
Representative Ziegler.
Good morning. I'm Paige Ziegler. I represent District 96 in Waldo County, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Mount Morrow, Palermo, and Searsmont.
Representative Kessler.
Good morning, Chris Kessler, representing District 32, which is the middle portion of South Portland and a little smidgen of Cape Elizabeth.
Great. Representative Grahowski.
Good morning, all. Nicole Grahowski. I represent House District 132, City of Ellsworth, Town of Trenton, and excited to work on so many bills with my name associated today. Thank you all.
And Representative Wood.
Good morning. I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Great. Representative Wadsworth.
Good morning, everybody. Nate Wadsworth, House District 70, Hiram, Porter, Brownfield, Freiburg, and Lovell.
Representative Cuddy is next on my screen.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville.
And last but not least, Representative Foster.
Good morning. I'm Steve Foster, representative for District 104, Dexter, Garland, Charleston, Exeter, and Stetson.
Fantastic. And as always, we have with us our committee analysts. Actually, there are 2 today. Dan Tartikoff, who I believe will be with us on the first bill. Is that right, Dan?
I'm here for 347. I understood we were doing that first. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Got it.
And Deirdre Schneider, who will be jumping in after that. And of course, Izzy Zox, our fantastic committee clerk. So with that, just a reminder, these are work sessions. So the general public is, as always, invited to listen in, to be present as an attendee in case we need to hear from you, and we may call you up into the panelist screen to provide information. But everyone is invited and encouraged to watch our proceedings on YouTube as well. The morning will begin with LD 347. So we'll go ahead without further ado and take that up at this time. And I'll turn it over to Dan to walk us through his analysis. Dan, feel free to share the screen.
So I just sent everyone the bill analysis that you see in front of you right now, as well as a proposed amendment from the sponsor, Representative Grahowski, that was sent on March 4th when this bill was originally scheduled for a work session, but that work session was later canceled as some of the prior work sessions ran late. LD 347 is an act to facilitate Maine's climate goals by encouraging the use of electric vehicles. This bill requires each transmission and distribution utility on or before November 1st, 2021 to submit to the PUC a proposed incentive rate schedule to promote the installation and operation of EV charging stations. Such proposals must be designed to align with and support relevant strategies of the state's climate action plan, adopted and updated under the Maine Revised Statutes, Title 38, Section 577, and to help achieve the state's greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals under Title 38, Section 576A. The Commission, after notice and hearing, is required to approve with modifications, or reject each proposed incentive rate schedule. There was a number of individuals who testified for or neither for or against the bill, and one individual who testified in opposition. As I just noted, there was a proposed amendment from the sponsor that was distributed on March 4th. I've attached that proposed amendment to the email I just sent out. I'm raising an issue of timing here. As general legislation, this bill would take effect 90 days after final adjournment of this session. And I understand, since I prepared this bill analysis on March 4th, some of the circumstances of when this session might adjourn are sort of up in the air. But if we assume a mid-June 2021 statutory adjournment, the legislation would not take effect until mid-September 2021. The committee may want to consider whether the time period between mid-September and November 1st, 2021 is sufficient for the PUC to require the submission of the rate schedules described in the bill. There were multiple individuals who questioned whether the bill was intended to promote the installation of level 3 or direct current fast charging stations only, or whether a proposed schedule could promote installation of level 2 charging stations as well. There was multiple individuals who questioned the meaning of the phrase incentive rate as used in the bill. It's not a phrase commonly used in Title 30A to describe rates. There were multiple individuals who mentioned the pilot program established through the enactment of LD 1464 in 2019, as noted by the PUC in February 2020, and awarded 4 pilots to 2 bidders, the Central Maine Power Company and the Efficiency Maine Trust, relating to EV charging stations. PUC is required under that law to assess the effectiveness of each program and report back to the legislature by December 1st of 2022. Some individuals suggested that the results of these pilots may provide information relevant to the development of future EV charging projects, while others suggested there is no need to wait for those pilots to be completed before enacting a broader program like the one proposed in LD 347. There were multiple individuals who recommended that the PUC be directed in the bill to open a broader docket on this proposal, to allow for consideration of a wider range of issues and to incorporate stakeholder input in the development of the rate schedules described in the bill. I've noted this was a specific comment made by both the Natural Resources Council and Revision Energy. There was a series of proposed amendments from Nexima. One of them was to limit transmission and distribution utility ownership of an investment in EV charging infrastructure and equipment to shareholder-related funds. In other words, the ratepayer should not be underwriting that risk, and also to amend the bill in new 3157.3 to require a reevaluation of approved rates more frequently than every 3 years. Under the bill, it does not allow a reevaluation of an approved rate more than once every 3 years. And the Natural Resources Council proposed amending the bill specifically to grant existing and future EV stations short-term but immediate relief from demand charges until the rate schedules proposed in the bill can be approved. They suggested limiting such relief to stations where utilization is below a 30 to 50% threshold, and suggested those stations could be alternatively charged a per kilowatt hour rate. There was one committee member who requested at the hearing information from the Efficiency Maine Trust regarding the types of EV stations installed by EMT through that PUC pilot program that I described, including information regarding how those stations installed by EMT were financed or funded. I will end my share now and answer any questions.
Great. Any questions for Mr. Tartikoff? Okay. That was very helpful, very complete, and I do not see any questions from the committee. So what's the pleasure of the committee? Is there any discussion at all that you wish to have at this time? Or if not, I'd entertain a motion. Representative Grahowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Tartikoff, for the excellent review of what feels like a very long time ago now. And I do want to share with my fellow committee members that back in early March, when I worked on the amendment to this bill, I did try to incorporate nearly all of the suggestions that came from the testimony. So I don't know if the committee is interested in hearing more about that proposed amendment from myself or from Mr. Tartikoff. But nor do I know if he's prepared to talk about it or if I should just go for it. But I did want to offer that I did a lot of work to try to incorporate as much of the feedback as was feasible. And I'm happy to talk about it more if you give me the virtual thumbs up. I saw a few, thank you. So one of the things that was mentioned was this concept of incentive rates. That was a phrase that was sort of misapplied or indicated some sort of financial incentive to do something, as opposed to removing what is currently an extreme disincentive to do anything at all. So we changed the phrase to be alternative, because it is just alternative to the current proposition, as opposed to like an actual physical cash handout incentive. We also specified the types of charging stations to be non-residential and focused on light duty vehicles, heavy duty vehicles, and fleet vehicles, to try to differentiate that these are the charging stations that one would want to have in the landscape, so that people traveling with electric vehicles wouldn't experience range issues or range anxiety. This is not intended to, I'll finish the sentence and then see what Mr. Tartikoff has to say, not intended to help people that are trying to install slower charging at their homes. The reason that we didn't directly put in DC fast charging is just because these technologies can change pretty quickly, and it might not be appropriate to put that right in the statute, but I'll pause there for a moment.
Would it be helpful if I screen shared the amendment while you went through it?
Could be. Sure.
Sounds good. Why don't you go ahead and do that, Ian?
I have the benefit of the second monitor here, so you're always looking at my right ear during a public hearing or a work session.
That does sound helpful, though. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Kessler.
Might we be able to have this amendment, sent to us in an email or uploaded in the chat?
That would be up to the author of the amendment.
I think that Dan sent it out this morning at 9 a.m.
Yeah, right when we started the work session.
9:09 in your email.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Grochowski. And Dan, just so you know, not all of us are as efficient as Representative Grochowski. So whenever you email us, make sure that we know that it's there, please. I know that the email inboxes these days in the legislature are just overflowing. Great, so it's already there. Thank you. All right, Dan.
And I would just add that I appreciate them coming in right when we're working on it, because then it can just be at the top of my inbox and not
does
have
make
to.
it fresh. Yeah, no, and I do appreciate that. Just having it flagged for us is good. So excellent. Representative Grochowski, do you want to walk us through this since we have it in front of us?
Sure. Yeah. So we were just right in that section that's right in the middle there, where it says non-residential applications. It was a little bit challenging to think about the right language there because of the fact that these might be at gas stations, they might be at Hannaford's, they might be at a municipal building. So it's easier to say non-residential than to make a list of all the places where they might be. But that is the reason that that language is there, is to indicate that we are talking about fast charging. And the next section, the changes here were basically making sure that existing and new charging stations of these types would be affected by this, as well as there was this comments, I think, from NRCM and others that maybe we want to be accepting public comment in general on this concept before the utility proposed its rate structure or rate schedule. So the commission could open an inquiry in advance of that to gather more information in preparation for reviewing what they receive from the utilities. I think this is going to be really helpful because there's a lot happening in other states, and that information could be, sort of provided to the Public Utilities Commission, so they have a good basis from which to verify and possibly approve what the utilities propose. Let's see, letter A. That's just a clarification. Yes, the goal of this whole thing is to support electric vehicle charging. And we want to just make that more clear. And the last, let's see, number 2, which sort of spans 2 pages, but the only substantive part is on the second page. This is just clarifying that the public comment from the previously opened inquiry would be there for the Public Utilities Commission to use when they're considering the proposals for the rate schedules that come from the utilities. And then number 3, it's sort of reiterating that the commission should be considering not reiterating, but adding that any clean transportation recommendations coming from the Climate Action Plan, but also from their ongoing pilots, can factor into any approval or revisions that they request going forward. So the point is that this can be an iterative process, and we're sort of making it quite clear what inputs we hope will be part of that iterative process. And that, again, was from comments from some of the stakeholders. So really did my best to try to incorporate as much as I could the really helpful feedback that we received during the public hearing. And that's what I got.
Thank you, Representative. And are there any questions about the amendment from other members of the committee? Okay, so at this time, I just want to, I'm sorry, Representative Senator Vitelli, I did see your hand up earlier. I apologize.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for that review of the amendment. I appreciate that. I have a question that's not specifically about the amendment, but it relates to this bill. So if it's okay to bring that forward at this point. I have another bill coming soon, I hope, that has to do with electric vehicle, setting goals for electric vehicles in the public sector, based again on the state's climate action plan for moving towards electric vehicles. And I'm curious to hear, if we may, from the governor's energy office to see if these 2 initiatives are in sync, because it seems like that would be a good thing. So this is a good time to see if there's somebody in our gallery who'd be willing to address that.
And it looks like Izzy has promoted Melissa Winnie from the governor's energy office. So I'll give her a chance to, what's the thing they do in Star Trek? Port in?
Beam her up.
There you go. We beamed her up. Okay. Ms. Winnie, welcome. Did you hear the question? And I see Mr. Burgess as well, Director Burgess. Does one of you want to take that question on regarding the other EV bill?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Barry. I'm Dan Burgess, Director of the Governor's Energy Office, and appreciate the opportunity to provide any insight I can. And Senator Vitelli for the question. I think ensuring that that there is coordination among, the potential legislation around electric vehicles, whether it's kind of fleets or charging infrastructure, is important. I guess I'm not prepared this morning to be able to kind of do the side by side of where there may be overlap or not. But I think the general premise of ensuring that if the committee is to take action on electric vehicle policy related, it's good to make sure that they're aligned. The same potentially could be said, if I may, about PUC rate design opportunities. And if I think if I can, the amendment put forward seems to make a lot of sense to me around kind of potential, alleviating barriers to electric vehicle charging infrastructure. the PUC may also be asked to do a few different rate design things where the committee's considering that around time of use, around storage, and so coordination there might be helpful. But I'm happy to come back, Senator, with more about your upcoming bill and this at another time too.
Thank you, Director Burgess. Any follow-up, Senator Vitelli?
No, thank you, Mr. Burgess, for that. And I apologize that my EV bill isn't quite ready yet. It should be coming up any day now. I just think that maybe if we can pause the process on this, then we can be assured when it does come up that we are in fact moving in sync. And I think would only strengthen the bill that is before us now that Representative Grohowski has proposed and worked so hard to bring to us. So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative Berry. I just wanted to sort of repeat and agree with the sentiment that I think I just heard Senator Vitelli expressing, that I think perhaps waiting on this might be a good idea. Get some more information together. Thank you.
And I'll just share that I agree. I think the question of rate design is really being approached by a number of issues that we are working on, as Director Burgess has stated. The electric vehicle bills, the solar bills, the storage bills, the power to fuel bill, you could argue is rate design. So there's certainly a number of angles that we're coming at this from, and I think it is appropriate that we try to make sure that we are coordinating our efforts and not asking the PUC to take on multiple overlapping and even potentially conflicting tasks. So excellent. Representative Grohowski.
Thank you. I definitely hear these thoughts, these possible concerns about, things moving a little bit out of sync, but I wonder if we could hear from the Public Utilities Commission about what's on their horizon and where this might fit in that picture. I think there's so much going on over there that I'll admit I've lost track of what's moving along and where it is in the process.
Sure, sounds good. And Ms. Zox has beamed up Mr. Corbin for us and Mr. Tannenbaum.
Good morning, Representative Berry, members of the committee, Garrett and Corbin, legislative liaison for the PUC. As you noted, I am joined by my colleague, General Counsel Mitch Tannenbaum, who may be better positioned to answer this question. I'll give him the choice.
Thank
you for the choice. Good morning, Representative Berry, members of the committee. My name is Mitch Tannenbaum. I'm the General Counsel at the PUC. I guess I'm not quite sure what the question is, but I can agree that there are a lot of rate design, specific rate design issues that are coming our way, as was just discussed. I think the commission is waiting to see what comes out of the session before it would start a rate design case on its own. We do periodically review rate design. I should mention rate design is often very difficult to accomplish because it's revenue neutral. So if somebody pays less, somebody else will pay more. Always very difficult, but it is something that we do routinely. So Representative Grohowski, I'm not sure that answers your question.
Representative Grohowski.
Thank you. That is helpful to be reminded that this is something that the PUC can initiate rate design. I think a question I have is, there is a grid modernization proceeding, and I presume, but I want to know for sure that rate design is considered part of grid modernization. If you might be able to tell us just a little more about that, and then what the time frame is for that.
Yeah, that, as you know, that's a very broad investigation that we just opened, looking at all the issues involving the grid of the future, which would involve rate design. But there are going to be aspects of dealing with the grid issues, the interconnection issues, rate design issues that will be or may well be dealt with separately while we're looking at the bigger picture of the grid modernization. I think I mentioned earlier this week that we're out getting a consultant for that on board. That will take a while. This investigation is more of a longer term, big picture future. So we probably wouldn't have any results of that investigation, at least until the end of the year, first part of next year at the earliest. But that we're not putting anything on hold while we're doing that big picture, which is mostly an engineering kind of view. So the rate design issues, the other issues will, although maybe part of the bigger one, we're not going to wait for that bigger issue to deal with specific issues as they come up.
And Mr. Tannenbaum, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that rate design is kind of an iterative process where, we might ask for some redesigns with specific objectives in mind this year, and you might implement that for a time, and then we might come back with a rate design 3.0 in a couple of years from now to accommodate the evolving needs of the grid.
Absolutely. And often with rate design, things are also phased in for the reason I mentioned earlier, because there can be a negative rate impact. So yeah, it is always being looked at and moves a little slow. So yes, I mean, if we could do something this year, doesn't mean, that's the end. We'll never look at it again, that's for sure.
Great, thank you. Any other questions for the PUC or the Governor's Energy Office while we have them? Okay, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure my high-speed internet this morning seems to be acting up. Maybe a bit sketchy here, but if you can hear me, gentlemen, my understanding currently is that we have programs in place where Efficiency Maine is actually helping to install EV charging stations through monies from them, which of course comes from our electric ratepayers. I'm wondering if, and I'm assuming this bill is looking for a favorable rate that you would come up with for these charging stations. I'm assuming that too will come from the other ratepayers through their billing. I just want to make sure and confirm that, if you would. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that was my point earlier. Rate design, no matter what context it's being done in, has that impact because, like I said, it's revenue neutral to the utility. So if you do something that ultimately lowers one customer or customer class, then other customers are going to have the opposite effect, which is why rate design is very difficult to accomplish, or at least major rate designs. Of course, certain rate designs could have a impact of lowering overall costs of the system, or accomplishing other goals of policy goals, like like electric cars. So yeah, it like everything else, it's a trade-off. It always is a trade-off. I think in this case, the real issue is demand charges, which are always tricky to deal with. So there may be ways to deal with that. But yes, Representative, it's generally no free lunch.
Representative Foster.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Chair, follow up. So to follow along with what you've just said, Mr. Tannenbaum, for instance, as has already been referenced to here, other bills that may be coming up, one of which, or a couple of which that I am aware of, deal with rates by time, which obviously the ideal goal is to lower peak loads and should lead to some reduction in rates for everyone. A fixed, and I'm not sure, obviously you PUC would have to look at the rate structure on this, for this particular bill as well as others, but a fixed lower rate for charging stations would actually have the possibility of being counterproductive to a time-based rate schedule where that people would be charging their vehicles at night because it's cheaper or whenever that might be, versus the fact that they have a low rate already and can charge them anytime they like because of that. Would that be a possibility? Although I'm sure the PUC wouldn't let that happen.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you're hitting the point very well. It's the, yeah, there are, as you know, there are fixed charges, there are demand charges, there are usage charges, and in a rate design, we would look at all of that. So, you know, maybe it makes sense to lower the fixed charge and have a time of use rate that is increased at certain times and lower at other times. Again, it's very tricky, but it's exactly, you'd look at all those things, whether, you know, fixed rates, you know, whether we want to increase the fixed rate, have a lower usage rate. Yeah, it's all part of the calculus. I'm hoping I'm being responsive.
You are, thank you. Any other questions from the committee or any other discussion? And if not, I would be happy to entertain a motion. I personally feel that we need some further discussion on this, although I have to say I'm very intrigued by the amendment we just heard about and inclined to want to do something with this very soon. Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question for the bill sponsor, if I may ask.
You may, please proceed.
So I apologize if I missed this part in your explanation of the amendment, but in the proposed rates, the proposed alternative rate schedules, when you say sustainable operation, what exactly are you meaning by sustainable?
Representative Grabowski.
I mean, it's a great question because obviously that word has different meanings in different sectors. But the sentence reads, to support the installation and sustainable operation of existing and new electric vehicle charging stations, just so everybody knows what the reference is there. The point is, it's not enough to just install an EV station and say, yay, we did it. The point is that it needs to be sustaining over time, that the operation needs to continue. And that means that the rates need to not provide an extreme disincentive as they do now for the people to keep that charging station open. What we don't want to have is an expenditure by the public or the private sector to install something and then the host finding out that this is costing them $10,000 a month because one person, that might be extreme, but you know, a couple people charged at the wrong time for 15 minutes and they have to shut it down. I mean, that's what I mean by sustainable.
Representative Kessler, any follow-up? Is that helpful? Great. Okay, Representative Cuddy.
I was preparing to actually make a motion to table, but if Representative Wadsworth had a comment, I don't want to make a non-debatable motion before he has a chance to.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Representative Wadsworth.
I will pre-second Representative Cuddy's motion.
Then I will make my motion to table.
All right, we'll consider that a motion to table from Representative Cuddy and a second by Representative Wadsworth. That is non-debatable. So at this time, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by a show of hands. Okay, and it looks like it's reluctantly unanimous. I can't see Representative Carlo, or Representative Ziegler. So if either of you can hear me and can just turn on your video to give us the thumbs up or the thumbs down on that motion, that would be helpful. All right. Well, we will have to record folks as, oh, there we go. Representative Ziegler, did you, I guess I'll consider you out of the room on that motion.
Can I vote now?
Sure, go ahead. Do you vote in favor of the tabling motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm having major problems with my internet this morning.
Got it. And just so folks know, the tradition in committee when we are together is that people are sometimes out of the room and miss a vote. On a procedural vote like this, there's no opportunity to go back and record what your vote would have been. So if your video is off, I think I'm just going to have to assume in the future that you're out of the room on these votes, so we can keep things efficient. All right, so that brings us on to LD 170. Oh, and Mr. Tartikoff.
Just actually on that point, the model committee rules provide in this virtual context that if your video is not in operation, you're not considered present, you're considered absent. So I think you have the authority to do that, certainly.
Thank you. Always good to have reinforcement. All right, so we'll go on to LD 170, and thank you, Dan, for your work on 347. I think LD 170 is Deirdre.
Yep. The rest of the day, you're stuck with me.
Okay. All right. We'll work through that. And thanks for being ready, as always. If you want to screen share,
sure,
through an analysis, that would be great.
And I just emailed the analysis a couple minutes ago if anybody's looking in their inbox for it.
Thank you. That's helpful.
So LD 170, an act pertaining to transmission lines not needed for reliability or local generation. This bill establishes requirements for the approval of construction of non-essential transmission lines by the Public Utilities Commission when a transmission and distribution utility is seeking a certificate of public convenience and necessity. The bill defines non-essential transmission line as a transmission line that is not being constructed primarily for reliability purposes or to serve retail customers in the state. It also specifies that a generator interconnection transmission facility is not a non-essential transmission line. It requires that when a transmission and distribution utility petitioning for commission approval for a non-transmission line, the utility is required to demonstrate that the petitioner agrees to provide a minimum benefit to ratepayers in the state of equal value to the ratepayer-funded physical assets used to construct the non-essential transmission line. The bill also requires the commission to conduct an inquiry to determine statutory or rule changes needed to ensure that non-essential transmission lines are built in the most competitive and cost-effective manner, and with consideration given to ratepayer benefits and greenhouse gas reduction goals, and to report the results of that inquiry to the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. Lastly, it repeals two subsections of law that are remnants of a law that was repealed, which is Title 35A, Section 122. The committee amendment for LD 2097 during the 129th legislature is the same as this bill. That bill was reported out of committee with a divided report of ought to pass as amended, ought not to pass, and died upon adjournment. This is a list of those testifying at the hearing, both proponents, opponents, and neither for nor against. Sorry, just gotta scroll down, there we go. Amendments offered during the public hearing. The sponsor included amendment within their testimony expressing the definition of non-essential, expressing a desire to amend the definition of non-essential transmission line to not include transmission lines constructed primarily as determined by the commission to meet the goals for consumption of electricity from renewable resources established in section 3210 subsection 1A, and to deliver electricity from a source of electrical generation that is constructed to meet portfolio requirements established in 3210. Sue Ely of NRCM also said to revise the definition of non-essential transmission lines to also exclude transmission lines used to connect in-state renewable energy projects and projects supporting Maine's clean energy goals, and this to a certain extent may be covered by the sponsor amendment, and to clarify how the PUC should identify and value ratepayer physical assets. Some of the issues raised in testimony of those testifying neither for nor against expressed some concern about unintended consequences if this bill were to move forward, including impeding clean energy deployment, its impact on regional planning, and if this would be contradictory to ISO New England planning collaboration and socialization of cost for reliability projects. Some also expressed the lack of clarity in how the PUC would conduct the analysis of the value of existing infrastructure and what qualifies as the ratepayer funded assets for any one project given the interconnected nature of the electricity grid. And someone else also said there are other means to assure public benefit from transmission lines, such as the Energy Infrastructure Corridor statute that has been repealed. The PUC also requested that the committee be mindful of the timing of the stakeholder process, given the existing priorities for 2021 and the limited resources of the commission in midst of major proceedings already in process, and that the commission's inquiry into grid modernization will consider non-essential transmission line issues. A fiscal impact note has not yet been received for this bill. However, the fiscal note for LD 2097 from the 129th legislature, which is the same as this bill, did have a fiscal note that specified the bill would result in minor cost increases from other special revenue funds, but were anticipated to be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. And lastly, just for reference, I put in the two provisions that would be repealed from the law. These were relating to high impact electric transmission lines. And like I said, those were a remnant of the Energy Infrastructure Corridors statute that has been repealed.
Great, thank you, Ms. Schneider. Questions for our analyst? Okay, in that case, we will proceed to any discussion or motions on the bill. Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if we could have the PUC speak to some of the concerns in the analysis about value and the like.
Sure, we can beam up the PUC representatives.
Good morning again, Representative Barry, members of the committee. I heard the part of Representative Kessler's question that was asking for us to speak to concerns, and that's all I heard.
And hang on just one second, Representative Kessler. I want to make sure that Mr. Tannenbaum is not lost in cyberspace while you're repeating the question. Okay, I think he's with us now, so go ahead.
So the top question on my mind is how you might imagine the PUC determining the value as it was raised. As the concern was raised, the value of existing infrastructure and physical assets used to construct the non-essential transmission line. How might the PUC go about that?
Well, certainly it would be case specific, but I think the NECEC project is a good example of what would be a non-essential transmission project under the bill. And in the NECEC case, part of the project would be built on assets, corridor assets that were in rate base and paid for by ratepayers. So as part of the approval of that proceeding, of that project, the commission required that all ratepayer funding that or ratepayer costs that were associated with holding that that asset in rate base would be refunded to the commission. So that's an example of, you know, an asset that was ratepayer funded asset that was being used by a non-essential transmission project where, you know, in absence of this bill, the commission, of course, would look at that issue and make sure ratepayers were kept neutral to that. But again, it would be case specific depending on the situation.
Great, thank you, Mr. Tannenbaum. And just as a follow-up to that, the determination of that value, can you speak to that a little bit? It just to my eyes from outside, it struck me as a fairly low amount, but you know, you understood things that I didn't as part of that proceeding.
Yeah, that part of it is relatively straightforward. We could figure out exactly how many, what amount of dollars were paid for ratepayers paid for that asset over time. So that was pretty straightforward. There might be other, there was also less tangible assets that were refunded in the NECEC case that were referred to as goodwill, I believe, which was like, as I said, a less tangible asset, so it's not something you can easily put a dollar figure on, but that was part of what the commission approved in that case. We can surely send you the commission order and the stipulation and point out which provisions deal with this specific issue of ratepayer being reimbursed. I think that might be helpful to the committee.
It is, because I think one example of that might be the use of a public right of way, alongside an existing roadway, for example, where there's not a need for ratepayers to actually produce money to pay for the acquisition of something. It's already in the public domain, but the use of that public right of way does have value, right? And we might feel differently about the public right of way being used by, small distribution systems and networks, as opposed to large, tall infrastructure that requires more clearing. So that value, that public right of way value would be an example of a less tangible asset. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so. If I understand the question, yeah, a less tangible asset where we would have to figure out what a reasonable value of that would be for this non-essential project to pay either ratepayers or the public in some fashion or another. I mean, as you know, the NECEC included benefits that were outside the specific issue of assets, public assets, ratepayer assets, that were generally to compensate for the general impacts. So there are several ways of dealing with the issue, but yes, it would be less tangible if something that's in rate base where you know the exact dollar amount. Other stuff you don't.
Right.
Like goodwill I mentioned.
Great. Representative Kessler.
This is another question along the lines of what Garrett had raised, and I was wondering if you could elaborate on when he said that we should be mindful of the timing given the existing priorities and the limited resources of the commission. Could you just elaborate on that sentiment?
Yeah, I think the timing goes to the inquiry part of the bill, and I don't remember the exact timing, but this issue of, as Deidre pointed out, this issue of non-essential transmission is part of the global change in the transmission and distribution system, the provision of generation from renewables and that sort of thing. So this is an issue that's being dealt with again in the grid monetization inquiry, as well as our current inquiry into the interconnection to the distribution system that we have ongoing. It just seemed to us that this inquiry is part of a bigger picture that we're already dealing with, and it might divert limited resources to have an inquiry on this specific issue. That's not to say that the bill that says you have to reimburse customers couldn't go forward. It's just that the inquiry part of it is the resource issue.
Thanks. Great. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could, of the PUC, while we have them, And again, I apologize. It looks like my upload is a little sketchy this morning. In regards to a discussion we had during the hearing, I was under the impression that, and I use as an example, the wind farm located in the Bingham area, which has a transmission line to join in Guilford substation. I was under the impression that that line would have been affected by this bill. However, I believe that as it stands now, that would be exempt. And if that's the case, I'm a little concerned that an out-of-state concern can install generation in the state of Maine. The transmission lines that they will buy a right-of-way for and establish a new right-of-way for electricity that is going to another state, the citizens in that area or in the state of Maine will not have any opportunity to object to it or deal with it, which I think this bill represents. That's the intent of this bill, say, as they would for the imaginary Atlantic Loop project, which might benefit northern Maine customers through power going to Canada that they are now purchasing in a reduction of that price. So I'm wondering if you can just clarify that this does not affect a line for an out-of-state power that is being generated by an in-state generation facility that they basically have funded. Thank you.
So again, the NECEC is a good example. That is a transmission line that would have come under the statute, this bill, if it was in law at the time. So it's not like it would somehow the statute wouldn't apply in the case of a transmission line that's being built to, in some sense, provide electricity to out-of-state customers. I think the issue you raised, Representative, in Bingham is probably that was a generator interconnection. I forgot exactly what the term is in the statute, but that is exempt under current law from commission approval, and that would be exempt under this bill. That is a line that is built from that is built by the generator. So an entity develops a generation project, has to build a transmission link to connect that generation to this transmission system or distribution system. That is under current law, does not require commission approval.
And as I understand your clarification, it wouldn't under this bill either. So thank you for that.
Yes, that's correct.
Great. Any other discussion? And once again, we have a bill that I think has some real promise, but I'm personally not prepared to vote in favor of it or against it today. I'd be happy to support a tabling motion if one were to come forward. Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to specify that I personally feel like I would like to work on this a bit more. I think what I'm trying to do is create transparency for the public about how decisions are made regarding benefits in the case of these lines. I'm not sure that I've got it quite right, nor would I expect that I myself would be the only person who would be able to get it quite right. So I would respectfully ask the committee for some additional time to try to figure out how to address some of the questions that have come up. It's funny how you can work on a bill in a previous session and feel like, yes, this is great. And then you bring it back a year later and there's always more to work on. And that's why I guess we keep doing the legislature and we keep building on the statute we have. So if people are inclined, I would gratefully take some additional time to continue to improve this concept.
Thank you. Representative Cuddy.
call me Representative Table today. I would move to table this legislation.
Representative Table has moved to table. Is there a
Second.
second? And it's seconded by Representative Ziegler. All those in favor, please indicate by show of hands. And those opposed? Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to 1. And the motion carries. The bill is tabled. That will bring us to parts C and D of our morning, which will be chaired by our very own Senator Vitelli. How would folks feel about a 15-minute coffee break before we go on to those bills? Would that be helpful? All right, I got a couple thumbs up. All right, we'll go ahead and do that. So it is now 10:01. Why don't we reconvene at 10:16? And if you could turn off your video and audio between now and then, that would be great. Great.
Such a
Welcome back, everyone.
timely-
And if you could turn your video on so we know you're with us, that would be great. And I'm turning things over right now to Senator Vitelli.
Thank you, Representative Barry. Who we got back here? We need one more. There he is. You move us forward, Representative Ziegler. All right, we're taking on the second half of our work session this morning with the help of our analyst Deidre. We'll be taking up LD 285 and LD 251. With that, I don't think we need to reintroduce ourselves. We've gone that long, but I will ask Deidre if she will walk us through the analysis for LD 285. Did you send that to us as well, or?
I thought we were doing 251 first. I did send 251. If you want me to do 285, I haven't sent that yet.
I'm prepared to, what's listed? I thought I had it listed as 285, but.
I'll double check. Hold on. I had 251 after 170 on the schedule.
Then let's go for 251 first. My
Okay.
apologies.
And I did send that information, and just as a note, there's a bunch of attachments in addition to my bill analysis that I sent along. I sent them last night too, but so you had it all in one place, that were memos and other information submitted subsequent to the public hearing, mostly amendments, which I'll kind of go over briefly. So with that, I'll share my screen on the analysis. So LD 251, an act regarding public utility assessments, fees, and penalties. This bill does the following. It requires the Public Utilities Commission and the Public Advocate, respectively, in calculating assessments charged to public utilities, to apportion the assessment within each category of public utility, transmission, distribution, gas, telephone, and water, between investor-owned utilities and consumer-owned utilities, based on an accounting of the portion of the Commission's resources and the Public Advocate's resources devoted to matters related to IOUs and the portion of matters related to COUs. It requires the Commission in its annual report to report on any filing fees or penalties collected from the public utilities in the previous year that have not been adjusted in the previous 5 years, and to provide draft legislation to adjust the dollar value of filing fees and penalties based on the actuarial compounded consumer price index for each fee and penalty since the last adjustment. It requires the Commission and the Public Advocate to report annually, beginning in 2022, on the portion of resources devoted to matters related to investor-owned utilities and the portion of resources devoted to matters related to consumer-owned utilities, and on Commission and Public Advocate expenses, respectively, per dollar of intrastate gross operating revenue for investor-owned utilities and consumer-owned utilities. It amends the law governing filing fees for reorganizations of utilities to authorize the Commission to order a filing fee up to 0.05% of the estimated total value of the reorganization, and to require the Commission to order payment of a filing fee equal to 0.05% of the estimated total value of the reorganization if that reorganization results in the transfer of ownership and control of a public utility or a parent company of the public utility. Under current law, the Commission may charge a filing fee up to $50,000 to an applicant seeking approval for a reorganization. It also requires the Commission to submit legislation to the second regular session of the 130th legislature to adjust all fees and penalties paid by public utilities based on the actuarial compounded consumer price index for each fee or penalty since enactment. During the 129th legislature, the committee amendment to LD 1881 contained the same language as this bill. That bill was voted out of committee with a divided report of ought to pass as amended, ought not to pass, and LD 1881 died upon adjournment of the 129th legislature. Listed here are those testifying in support, opposition, and neither for nor against the bill. During the hearing and subsequent to the hearing, we've received quite a few suggested amendments, so I'll start to go through those now. The PUC said this bill could result in an increase in assessments to consumer-owned water utilities, including small water utilities. The committee may want to consider capping year-over-year increases to reduce the impact on these utilities. A full year of cost data should be compiled before implementation. This would mean the first assessments reflecting cost apportioned to COUs and IOUs would occur in May of 2022. The language relating to reorganization approval, 0.05% of the estimated total value of the corporation or entity resulting from the proposed reorganization is unclear. The committee may want to consider tying the value of the purchase price or transaction value as determined by the commission. In section 5 of the bill, it specifies the commission may order a filing fee, except that if the reorganization results in the transfer of ownership and control of the utility or its parent, the commission is required to order a filing fee be paid. The committee may want to clarify that the commission can return any filing fee amount that is not used to process the reorganization application, or that no filing fee would be required if it is not needed to process the application. And the commission suggests, instead of requiring the commission to propose legislation in future legislative sessions, the commission, its annual report would include calculations of all fees and penalties compounded by the consumer price index since enactment. Subsequent to their testimony at the public hearing and in response to some information requests at that hearing, the commission submitted a memo to the committee. The memo specified the following points, included additional information related to these points and the commission's current system to track time, and provided examples of fees adjusted for inflation. In its memo, the commission said, while it varies, in most years, less than half of our overall time could be specifically allocated based on consumer or investor ownership. We would need and welcome guidance from the committee related how costs which are not clearly allocated by ownership and or industry should be allocated by commission staff to best meet the intent of the proposed legislation. They also specify that even though there is a technical capacity to track time by individual utility, the commission would urge against assigning costs on a per utility basis for several reasons. And also specified, while we generally agree that smoothing assessments over time could be helpful, in the case of small water districts, such as one discussed above in the memo, the commission is not persuaded that a 3-year rolling average of costs assigned to classes would be helpful. It would not directly align commission costs to industries, which we believe is one of the goals of this legislation. Ben Sanborn from the Telecommunications Association of Maine, in response to questions at the public hearing on TAM's testimony in opposition to the bill, provided the following amendments to section 5 of the bill. It retains the existing $50,000 filing fee cap in law for reorganizations that do not result in a change of control or ownership of a public utility, and it permits but does not require the commission for transactions that will result in a change of ownership or control to collect a filing fee that is $100,000 or 0.15% of the transaction value of the reorganization, whichever is less. And this is the language TAM supported in the, included in their memo that you were sent after the public hearing. Bradley Sawyer of the Maine Rural Water Association said if proceeding with the bill, the committee may want to consider amending the bill to require the PUC and OPA notify utilities at least 90 days in advance of a predicted assessment increase of 25% or more. And Dave Perrin from the Maine Water Utilities Association, this testimony made these following points, but they followed up with a more specific memo with drafted language. So I think I'll go to that since that was their follow-up. And in the memo, the drafted language would do the following things. It would require that the PUC and the OPA assessments be allocated to utility classes based on a rolling 3-year average of costs assigned to each class of utility. Requires that when the PUC submits a bill to the legislature with recommendations for adjustments in fees and penalties, such bill may reflect a recommended increase or no charge at all. And it requires the filing fees for reorganizations be based on estimated costs not to exceed $100,000. And this was the language that they provided in their memo. And that is what these sections would do that I summarized above. Just a note in the bill itself that I had noticed, the first sentence of section 3 of the bill appears to be missing information. It currently says any filing fees or penalties collected in the previous year under this title that have not been adjusted in the previous 5 years period. So that appears to be an incomplete sentence. So if going forward, the committee may want to consider rewriting that. And I think below is for filing fees or penalties collected in the previous year under this title that have not been adjusted in the previous 5 years and reported pursuant to the subsection, the commission shall submit blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. So I think if you're going forward, that's a technical fix. Just noticed that it was in the amendment last year as well. And like the last bill, the fiscal hasn't yet been received. However, the committee amendment for LD 1881 during the 129th legislature required a fiscal note, included future biennium revenue increases in other special revenue funds and minor cost increases, other special revenue funds. And those increases were anticipated to be minor and absorbed within existing budgeted resources.
Okay, thank you, Deirdre. Are there questions from the committee for our analyst? I don't see any. There were some other attachments that you sent. Are any of those ones that we need to have you go over or just point out?
Those were all that I did go over all those in the bill analysis. It was from TAM, it was from the Maine Water Utilities Association and the CM and from PUC.
Okay, so those were the supporting documents.
Yes.
Questions, Representative Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Deirdre, for that excellent overview of the bill, the testimony, the issues and suggestions that were brought forward. I think this is another example, as Representative Grahowski suggested earlier today, of how sometimes a little extra time and another look at a bill can make an idea even better. So my inclination, although I'm not making this as a motion, is to incorporate the amendments that the PUC recommends. And I think, it might be useful to have them speak to those. I did hear or read rather in the March 3rd letter from the Maine Water Utilities Association that they generally seem to be okay with the PUC's approach. So maybe having heard from the PUC, we could also bring them in and hear from them. But I think, I'd like to start with the PUC. I know that Director Harry Lanfear is here, as well as Mr. Corbin, and can speak to those recommendations. So let me make this a question to you, Mr. Lanfear, and thank you for joining us. I hope we can hear me and see, and that we can see you. If you can turn on your video. We'll give him a moment. Oh, there we go. Great. Thank you, Director Lanfear, for joining us. So I just wanted to make sure that I understand. You wanted to the PUC wanted a little more clarity regarding how costs would be allocated, and I guess I just wanted to ask if we were to sort of specify that they would be allocated, that the unallocated costs would be in proportion to the time invested in consumer owned versus investor owned, the same way that they're divided across industry right now. Would that be a helpful clarification to administer this bill?
Yep, thank you. Senator Vitelli, Representative Barry, members of the committee, Harry Lanfear, I am the administrative director here at the PUC. I think that would be helpful. Our concern was, as we mentioned in our memo, that there are several proceedings and other issues here that aren't specific to a particular industry. A rulemaking related to broad consumer protections is an example, or implementing policies that you have directed us to implement that aren't specific to an industry. Any additional guidance on issues like that, I think, would be particularly helpful to us. Obviously, we will do our very best to allocate costs based on our reading of the legislation. But again, any other guidance would be great.
Excellent.
Representative Barry, you have a follow-up?
I do. Thank you, Senator Vitelli. So if our analysts simply inserted some language that would clarify that those allocations are are similar to your current process. Would that be helpful? Is that what you need?
That would, thank you. Yep. And the other thing you asked me about, I believe, was the other piece of our recommendation that the Maine Water Utility Association approved, and we're still comfortable with doing that 3-year average that's referenced in our testimony.
Further questions, Representative Berry? Because I have one myself, but go ahead.
Let me defer to you, Senator.
Well, thank you. It relates to what you just said, Mr. Lampier, which is the 3-year average, because I thought I heard when Deirdre was going over the analysis that there was some disagreement on whether the 3-year average was in fact going to get the right information. So I'm wondering if you can just clarify from your perspective whether using a 3-year average is the right way to go.
Right. I think what we questioned was, would the 3-year average of cost really get at what we understood the legislation was trying to get at? And we weren't sure it did in looking at the numbers. So we proposed a 3-year rolling average of the revenues of the utilities. So we would base the assessment on that 3-year average to help smooth some of the impacts that were referenced by the Maine Water Utilities and others. And I believe that's what, in the March 3rd memo of the Maine Water Utilities, they indicated they were comfortable with that approach. So does that help?
Yes, thank you. That clarifies that for me.
If I could add one thing, if that's possible here, that I mentioned in our testimony, and we mentioned it's the concern about the smaller water utilities, the consumer-owned smaller water utilities. And just so the committee is aware, we spend our fairly small water staff here spends a significant amount of time helping those smaller utilities. If you can imagine, these are utilities with 1, 2, 3 employees, lots of volunteer trustees. So we spend a lot of time hand-holding, for lack of a better word, to help them through our process when they need to interact with the commission. So we raise that issue, so you're aware. Without tracking the data for a while, we don't know exactly what that means, but certainly we spend, there was one utility we mentioned in our testimony that we spent a lot of time with. They were really teetering on the verge of bad things happening, let's just say financially. So we spent a significant amount of time with them, and we do that frequently. So when we allocate our costs and start allocating it to those entities, I can't speculate, but I feel fairly comfortable saying that I would not be surprised if the assessments for those smaller water utilities go up if we're doing these kinds of allocations. Certainly possible. So I just want to raise that issue for the committee's awareness.
Representative Berry?
Thank you, Senator Vitelli and Director Lampier. I think that's the logic behind the Commission's recommendation that perhaps we delay the effective date and that you sort of implement this on paper only, if you will, sort of tracking how it might work so that we can, before the effective date, review that data and really understand the impact. Is that right?
That is right. That would be very helpful, and we could certainly provide lots of information that would help in further discussions on this topic for sure.
Great. Thank you. I am, just to clarify, inclined as the sponsor to support all of the PUC's recommendations, including that last one, as well as the clarifying how the cost is allocated, and obviously the technical fix that's needed to section 2A that our analysts flagged. So I'm personally, Senator Vitelli, if I may, I just, I do want to hear from the water utilities as well. I think that might be helpful, and they were just brought up. So if
just ask first, Representative Berry, if there are any further questions from the committee for Mr. Lampier. I thought I saw somebody about to ask a question, but. Okay. Seeing none, we will proceed to ask, thank you for being here again, both of you. We'll ask the water utilities to be beamed up to us.
I'm sorry, do you guys have a name for someone from the water utilities?
Mr. David Parent.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks, Izzy. I would have had to ask too.
And also Bradley Sawyer.
So Representative Barry, you have questions for these two gentlemen who I believe have joined us now. Or at least I see, yes, they're both there.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Vitelli and Mr. Parent, Mr. Sawyer. Good to see you both. So the PUC's recommendations to delay the implementation, track it on paper, allocate the cost a little bit differently, sort of the 3-year rolling average, but with the changes that they suggested. Those are, am I correct in understanding that those are amendments that you feel will be helpful?
Yeah, I guess I'll go first. I certainly think they're helpful. The one thing that I saw it in their response, but I may have misunderstood, is they seem to be indicating that they're looking at individual utility allocation. And that's not something that we're asking for. We're fine with consumer owned water utilities paying their share of the sector just spread across all consumer owned water utilities. In fact, and I may be speaking more personally for the Sanford Water District than for everybody because we haven't answered this question, but I suspect everyone would answer it the same. We understand what happens with small water utilities and that they need more help. And we certainly wouldn't be looking for their assessment to go up to reflect the amount of time the PUC spends with them. It's kind of interesting, the larger utilities like the Sanford Water District, they spend much less time with because we can afford to have staff on board that can do many of those tasks. So that's the only part that I didn't quite understand. We're not looking for that kind of a change. We're looking for the rate itself to be stabilized, which actually has been a bigger issue on the OPA side than on the PUC side. And the specifics of that, we don't pretend to understand their accounting system. Whichever way is easiest for them, we're fine. We're just looking to stabilize the rates so we can budget on them and not get surprised with a big invoice every year.
Follow-up question, Representative Barry.
Thank you. That's great. And I think if I understand correctly from the PUC, they just wanted to caution us against tracking by utility. If we were considering going down that road, they thought that would be a bad idea. But the bill, as well as the amended version with the PUC's amendments, would not do that. And I'm just going to look to Deirdre to verify that that's the case.
I would need to review exactly what the PUC is ultimately putting in because there were a lot of pieces to that. But we can, in drafting an amendment, ensure that that isn't the case if that's what the intention is.
Thank you. If I may, Senator Vitelli, I do have another question.
Proceed for now. I'm checking. I don't see any others.
Great. I just wanted to also check with Mr. Sawyer about the same thing and just see if he agreed with Mr. Parent.
Representative Barry, Senator Vitelli, thank you. My name is Brad Sawyer. I'm with the Maine Rural Water Association. Yes, I think the idea of tracking before implementation is a good idea. As you know, Representative Barry, we've been talking about this idea for a while, and the goal being rate stabilization. And while we went into it with a hope, we don't know the data. And so I agree with what Mr. Parent said around that. And we also don't support individual utility tracking. So yes, in agreement with what's been discussed so far.
Excellent, thank you.
Other questions from committee members? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question may be for either of these gentlemen or maybe back to the PUC, but the bill that was referred to from the 129th, 1881, I actually supported that bill. I'm wondering, because of all of these amendments and language changes and everything, the local small water districts that I represent, which have been referred to here, versus the larger municipalities or the IOUs. I guess I'll ask either of these gentlemen or the PUC, do you see these amendments as drafted helping or hurting the smaller utility districts as far as what the original intent of the bill was, which was to try to protect them from a budget of $50,000, finding out they had now had a $5,000 increase because of actions in the PUC and resulting charges. So that's my question. Thank you.
Either one of you want to take that on?
I'd be happy to. I think the important piece that would help the utilities is gathering the data before implementation. And my hope would be that if that data shows that this change would in fact hurt the small utilities, that this committee would then be willing to reevaluate that policy. And certainly going into it and changing assessments somewhat blind would be a risk. And so I think taking a more measured approach as is proposed would in fact help the small utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Parent. Did you want to add anything to that?
No, I agree with that completely. I think what we've all been looking for is to stabilize those assessments so that we don't get the budgetary impacts that we've seen in large swings, and collecting the data and running the numbers is the way you're going to find that out. And if that doesn't prove true, then you'd have another bite at the apple to see if you can readjust a little bit. I think that's a great approach.
Representative Foster?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I would just ask, does the PUC also see it that way? Thank you.
Yes, I would agree. I really think we need to track this for a year to see the impacts. Our goal is always to keep overall across all industries assessments as flat as we possibly can, if not flat, because obviously it all gets flowed through to ratepayers, and we take that pretty seriously to keep our costs as reasonable as we possibly can. So, but until we really start tracking by COU and IOU, it's difficult to say exactly what will happen.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. I guess I have a follow-up question for you, Mr. Lampier. When the data is collected after a year, my understanding is that we're asking through this legislation for the PUC to come back with legislation, with proposed legislation based on the data, or am I misunderstanding that? Maybe this is a question for the bill sponsor, but what would you be prepared to come back with after reviewing the data?
Well, I would certainly defer to the sponsor, but certainly we would provide, all the data that we would have to you, so you could make a good decision. We'd have that broken down by, IOU, COU, and each individual utility. Obviously, we could provide all that data, so then you could assess, how you might want to proceed.
Thank you. So Representative Berry, or maybe Deidre, I'm looking at the summary of the bill, and that's what's confusing me. What is your expectation, Representative Berry, that the PUC will come back with in addition to this trove of data?
Thank you, Senator Vitelli. And I think, and I'll look to the PUC to indicate whether they're comfortable with this timeline, but a report back to us by March 1st on the tracking of data to that date, and in addition to that, a sunrise provision of July 1st of 2022.
Yeah, that certainly is workable. We could provide the data by next March, and again, the assessments are effective May 1, just so the committee's aware of that in current law. So
maybe better.
That's helpful.
Thank you. I think our analyst has something she wanted to add to that.
I just, so you're saying the effective date of the actual substantive language would be July 2022? Is that what you're saying?
I think that's a question for me. So if I may, Senator Vitelli, I think what it's important, what Director Lanfear just said, and it might be best if we dial it back to May, just given the way that the assessments typically unfold. So let me turn to Director Lanfear. What would be the easiest timeline to administer? Because I think we want to keep this within your sort of cycles and calendar.
Yeah, thank you. I think what we had suggested was to track it for obviously as long as possible, but if we tracked it for the next year, let's say from now roughly, that would give you a sense. I don't know how that works with the next legislative session, whether you would have time to do anything then, but we were thinking that it would be implemented the year after next. So I think we said May 1 of 2022. I believed we said we could do that. So, but again, we can provide the data at any point in time that you'd like. It's just might not be a full year's worth of data, so it might be hard to make a formal decision when you're looking not at a full year. If that helped, hopefully that helped.
Thank you, Representative Berry.
Thank you. So given what I just heard, Director Lanfear, and I think you're right to question the timeline of the legislature. It does take us longer to turn something around sometimes than it does an administrative body or an executive branch agency. So even without a full year of data, if you were to report to us in around January 15th with what you do have, that would probably give us a little more bandwidth, a little more time to make any changes that we deem necessary. And then, with the May, as you said, May effective date, is that workable?
Yeah, we could certainly make that work and provide the data in January.
Great.
Deidre?
Yeah, I'm just concerned with that May 2022 effective date. Unless it's an emergency bill, depending on when session ends. So say you get back the data and it shows something that you need to make significant changes to the underlying language, the ability to get that out and that become effective law, unless it's an emergency bill, probably wouldn't be by May 2022. It would probably be, depending on when the session ended, July, August, that time frame. So if your data says we need to make changes to the underlying law now, to incorporate those changes if the committee votes to go in that direction, I think May 2022, the bill may go into effect without those changes, because you may not be able to do that unless, like I said, unless it's an emergency and you can get it voted by then. That's just to raise it. I'm not saying you have to do anything, but if that's your thinking, that you kind of want to assess the data and then make changes to respond to the data if necessary, I think you're going to need a longer time frame for implementation.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I was wondering that myself, whether it makes sense to just have it be on that sort of automatic track without, if the data spoke otherwise. Representative Berry, did you?
Thank you, Senator Vitelli. And I am aware of the timeline and the need for unanimity or near unanimity in order to make changes that this timeline would require. I'm personally comfortable with that. I think that this committee can work together to adapt if needed. This is a bill, keep in mind, that we have supported in the past on a bipartisan basis. But if there's a preference on the part of any committee member to push that timeline back, I mean, we certainly could, give it a little more time. Typically, an April adjournment of the legislature, it happens in the second year of session. And so 90 days from that would be May, June, July. We could, I suppose we could make it July, late July or August 1st. I'm just not sure how that would impact the PUC's administration of the language.
Is that a question for Mr. Lampier?
Yeah, let me make that a question for Director Lampier.
So if the law was effective July of 22, I guess I wouldn't see us changing assessments until the following May 1 of 23. Mm-hmm. The upside of that, I guess, I suppose, we would have much more data that we could provide to you as a check-in somewhere during that time frame. And then, the more data you have on how this breakdown really works, maybe would be helpful to the committee. But so that would be my answer, if that's helpful.
Thank you. That helps me. Are there other questions or thoughts from committee members? Before we proceed, I would benefit from just another quick run through of where, with all of these amendments and discussions we've just had, where we are currently standing with this bill. So I'm going to ask, I guess, Deidre, if she would go back over the summary, the analysis.
So my understanding would be to incorporate the changes that the PUC suggested in their memo, and I don't have each one labeled out in, definitive language, but I think it was sort of how to figure out the averages. And also, I don't know, because Representative Berry didn't mention it, if it also included their recommendations, I think, regarding the reorganization as well, in ability to put money back if they don't use it. And I think, okay, so including the reorganization language in the bill, would it also include the not reporting legislation to the committee and just reporting the changes in their annual report? And if they're not, okay. So it would be making changes to the calculations to better stabilize those, so they're not impacting the small utilities. Make the changes PUC suggested, the reorganizations provision, and then also that they wouldn't require the PUC to bring back draft legislation in its annual report. It would just put that information on the inflationary adjustments in their report. And then it would have a delayed implementation date of, I don't know if we decided on that being May 2022 or August 1st, 2022. And then also maybe a directive for the PUC to calculate what those costs may be based on the law and report those back to the committee by January 15th, 2022. Is that, Representative Berry, what your understanding is overall?
It is. Thank you.
Are committee members clear on what those changes are about? I see some heads nodding. Any remaining questions? Just one quick double check, Deirdre, the calculated costs would come back January 22 or 23?
They would do like initial paper calculations, so it would come back in January of 2022. And the bill itself, the law wouldn't become effective, or certain sections of the law wouldn't become effective until August 1st, 2022? Is that what you landed on? Yeah.
Okay, so we definitely landed on August 1st, 2022 for that. Okay. Anything else we need to make sure we're clear about? And then just wondering what the committee's preferences are for moving forward, given there's some slightly still moving parts. Representative Barry.
Thank you, Senator Vitelli. So I think that, and I'm going to ask just confirm with Deirdre here that she has enough to draft an amendment that would incorporate all of those recommendations from the PUC as agreed to by the Water Utility Association and the Rural Water Association, and also the technical fix and the clarification of allocation as requested by the PUC. So basically everything the PUC recommended. And Deirdre, is that the case?
I'm 99.9% sure I have everything I need, and I can look at the memo again and talk to the PUC if I have permission to get some clarity. If you voted that today, we always have the language review option. So if something isn't quite right or clear, we can deal with it then. If you didn't vote today and I just bring it back for your review, then there's always an ability to make adjustments at that time too. So I'm pretty confident I can get majority of what you're looking for. I would have to go over that memo with the idea of drafting an amendment, make sure it's clear to me, all the pieces, but I can talk to the PUC for clarity as well.
Thank you.
Representative Foster.
Thank you, Senator. For Deirdre, just a matter of a technicality. Is it possible for us to see the language that you come up with prior, if we should vote on this today, prior to the actual committee language review?
Yes, that's fine. I can email that out a couple days in advance. I'll schedule it appropriately so I know it's ready to go, and then we can schedule it after that.
Thank you. I'll remember that for the future. I wasn't aware of that.
As long as, if it's a committee vote, you as a committee has the ability to see it ahead of time. And under these circumstances with Zoom, it's a little more tricky because you don't have it in front of you necessarily. So we can definitely accommodate it. If it was a specific member's amendment, it would just be by permission. So if they gave permission for me to distribute that in advance of a work session, that's a little bit of a different thing.
Okay. Representative Barry.
Thank you, Senator Vitelli. There is one other item that we haven't discussed, and that is at the very bottom of the PUC memo, where they talk about the filing fees that have been in statute, some of them for 50 years or so, and not updated to inflation. So in many cases, those are effectively costing ratepayers more money, as I see it, to do things that are sometimes not about them, that sometimes are really, certificates of public convenience and necessity, for example, or approvals that are not necessarily focused on the needs of the customer. So I just wanted to ask, the committee now has the updated amounts that are contemplated in this bill that is in the PUC memo. And although we haven't discussed it, it is the idea of the bill is to go ahead and keep these updated to inflation on a stepwise basis going forward. So I just wanted to ask whether people would be comfortable adding those rounded values in and going ahead and updating those filing fees and penalties as included, as put forward by the PUC in their memo.
And just so I'm clear, that's the document that's in green that we got from. Okay, thank you. Representative Grohowski, did you want to?
Sure. I'll just weigh in and say thank you, Representative Barry, for bringing that back to our attention. And I feel very comfortable with that. I don't see a reason to wait. That was something we were going to ask them to provide, and they've done us that great service. So my view is we should just act on it.
Representative Wadsworth.
Yeah, I support that too. I feel like this country could be coming into a period of inflation coming out of the pandemic here. So I think that makes a lot of sense.
Put them in there. Okay, thank you. And Representative Foster?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask the sponsor, he mentioned the word rounding, and I would suggest or ask if he would consider what that rounding number might be. I would think we would at least go to the nearest $100 level, if not $1,000 level. But I would suggest it should be rounded down to the nearest $100 level. That would make it easier, although certainly the PUC might want to weigh in on that as well. Thank you.
Representative Berry.
Thank you, Representative Foster, for that important clarification. And in the original bill that we all voted for, that some of us voted for last year, and also in this bill this year, the proposal is for the updating to be based on the CPI for each fee or penalty since it was enacted. And then rounding is to the nearest multiple of 100 if the amount is below $10,000, and to the nearest multiple of 1,000 if it's over $10,000. So, that's sort of the logic that the bill in both years follows. And in my view, it would be, a reasonable rounding. I'm certainly open to rounding down if that's better than rounding to the nearest. I guess I don't have a strong preference in that regard.
Representative Foster.
Yes, thank you, Representative Berry, for that clarification. I had forgotten that piece, and I guess I'm fine with that. Thank you.
So added then to the various other pieces that will be folded into an amendment, Deidre, will be these numbers provided to us by the PUC in their memo. Is that what you understand? Okay. All right, glad we got that in there. Are there other questions, considerations as we move forward? Seth, Representative Berry?
Just to move us forward, and obviously we can discuss further, but I'll go ahead and make this as a motion with the amendments that have been discussed this morning. Also, ought to pass as amended.
It's been moved, and I believe Representative Wadsworth seconded it. Ought to pass as amendment. So further discussion and questions, clarifications people need. We will get to see all of this in a language review before we actually do a language review. So we'll have a chance to make sure what we've discussed here today is actually incorporated as the amendment. Is that what everybody understands? Okay. Are we ready to proceed? See a few heads nodding. So I think the motion on the floor is that this bill should pass as amended, and we will ask Izzy to take the vote. I don't see any objections to doing that, so let's do it.
Okay, we will start with Senator Vitale.
Yes.
Senator Vitale, yes. Doesn't look like we have Senator Stewart. I'll go on to Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Berry, yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Right. Representative Cuddy, yes. Representative Grochowski.
Yes.
Representative Grochowski, yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler, yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler, yes. Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Wadsworth,
Yay.
Representative Wadsworth, oh, sorry. Also, was that a yay or a nay? I want to make sure I got it right.
And I. Yes.
Okay. Representative Wadsworth, yes. Doesn't look like we have Representative Grignon. I'll go on to Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster, yes. And then Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo, yes. The result is unanimous of those present, yes, with 3 absent.
All right. Good work, committee. And we'll close the work session on LD 251, and now we will go to LD 285. And I will turn again to Deirdre and ask that she walk us through this one.
Just going to email you the analysis really quickly and have a chance to. So doing that right now. Okay.
A moment's breath while we wait for the internets to serve us.
So that has been sent, and now I'm going to share my screen. So let's see. Hold on. I was wanting to pull up 251 again. So here we go. I think I got it now. All right. So LD 285, an act to protect utility customers from investor risk for cost incurred due to a disaster. This bill prohibits an investor-owned transmission and distribution utility from recovering in rates any costs incurred by the utility as a result of a disaster, regardless of whether or not the utility receives federal assistance in paying those costs. It allows the PUC to adopt routine technical rules to implement this section. The bill defines disaster by referencing 37B, section 703, subsection 2, which states disaster means the occurrence or imminent threat of widespread or severe damage, injury or loss of life or property resulting from any natural or man-made cause, including but not limited to fire, flood, earthquake, wind, storm, wave action, oil spill, or other contamination requiring emergency action to avert danger or damage, epidemic, extreme public health emergency pursuant to Title 22, Section 802, subsection 2A, air contamination, blight, drought, critical material shortage, infestation, explosion, riot, or hostile military or paramilitary action. Those testifying at the public hearing are listed below. During the hearing, the constitutionality of the bill was raised in testimony. Just as a note, it is possible, depending on the facts, that a court would find this to be confiscatory rate making and viewed as regulatory taking. And there is a sort of a 4-part test. So if the law fails to provide a sufficient rate of return to preserve the utility's financial integrity, provide a similar return to that of other industries with similar risks, reward investors for the risks they assume, and permit the utility to remain attractive to investors and credible to lenders. If the law fails to do that, it could be found to be a regulatory taking and could be problematic. And the commission notes also that this could create a disincentive for utilities to incur costs in the course of providing what may be crucial services during the declaration of a disaster. We have not received a fiscal impact statement at this time.
Questions for Deirdre for this bill? Is there an amendment? Representative Barry?
Thank you, Senator Vitelli. And I do actually have an amendment that I would like to outline verbally today. Is this an okay time to do it?
Sure, there are no other questions for Deirdre before we proceed. Seeing none, please walk us through what your amendment is.
Great, thank you, Senator. So I think as we all heard at the public hearing and were reminded just now, the idea that investors should bear some of the risk for or most of the risk for disasters that may occur is arguably unconstitutional, and that is a fundamental flaw in the language as I presented it. I would also argue that it's a fundamental flaw in the way our utilities are organized. But be that as it may, I think the original language is not workable, but the problem still exists. And the problem as I see it is that the incentives to properly and proactively maintain the grid on the part of investor-owned utilities are insufficient, and that consumer-owned utilities can access federal emergency management dollars. And I do wish that we knew a little bit more about the consumer-owned utility world, how reliable they are, and that's currently not reported to us. We don't know the extent or frequency of outages among our consumer-owned utilities, and that I find a little frustrating. I receive it anecdotally, but I don't receive it frequently, or in a report by the PUC, I should say. So I'd like to know more about that, and I'd also like to know that our consumer utilities are accessing those federal dollars where they're available. So the amendment that I want to suggest to the committee is very simple. It would just ask the PUC to review these matters and report back to us next year. Nothing more and nothing less. I'll put a little more specifics on that just by saying I think the PUC study that I propose should look at 4 things. First, could they report reliability to us regarding the consumer-owned utilities? Could they get that data from the COUs and report it to us? Secondly, could they help recommend some steps, perhaps working with the consumer-owned utilities to maximize access to those federal dollars, to make sure that those FEMA monies are in fact being drawn down to offset costs that would otherwise go to their customers. Secondly, third, I'd like the PUC to consider ways to minimize unplanned higher cost expenses associating with storm restoration efforts, perhaps by moving more of those capital expenditures and associated efforts into the daylight hours when there are no storms. And finally, I'd like the PUC to take a look at the recent Connecticut law that requires reimbursement to customers after an outage of more than 4 full days, more than 4 24-hour periods. I believe the Connecticut law requires a reimbursement to consumers of $25 a day for the 5th, 6th, 7th day, et cetera, as well as compensation for spoiled food and medicine. So if the PUC could look at those things, just get back to us on whether we could move forward on some of them and do so next year, I would be grateful for that, to allow the conversation to continue on this important topic. I think every time that there's a large storm, we all, scream and holler and tear out our hair and wish the system were different. And then the system doesn't change. So I'm hoping that with this, baby step to advance the conversation by asking the PUC to review this and get back to us and enable a future step by this committee, that we might be able to begin to make some modest changes. So that would be my my amendment to the bill, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Representative Barry. Are there questions for either Deidre or Seth at this point? And then it seems like we're going to want to bring in the PUC, since this is asking them to do something different than what's currently in the legislation we're looking at. Representative Foster, did you?
No.
You're okay. All right. So if we can ask the representatives of the PUC to beam themselves up or to be beamed, whichever it is. I mean, I appreciate your bringing the amendment, Representative Berry. It feels like, in a sense, a whole new bill, even though the intention may be the same. So we'll have some further discussion about that. But if you have questions for the PUC, it seems to me the overarching question is, could you respond to those 4 requests from Representative Berry if it gets incorporated into a piece of legislation? Mr. Tannenbaum, would you like to take that on?
Yeah, sure. Just hearing about this for the first time right now, I'm assuming we probably can. I didn't understand Representative Berry's 3rd item about doing something in the sunshine. So maybe we could touch base with Representative Berry offline, understand exactly what he's proposing, and get back to the committee. I think generally what Representative Berry is suggesting is certainly doable.
Thank you. Any Representative Foster, now you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
I do now. Thank you, Madam Chair. I, again, seem to be some high-speed internet issues this morning. I would ask the PUC, first of all, I think those of us who are on this committee and the PUC recalls, in the 129th, we had more than one bill that looked at addressing storm damage and the preparation for and results after a disaster, if you will, or a large storm by the utilities. I'm wondering, it's my perception from what I've heard and read through this committee and otherwise, that the IOUs at least have stepped up their approach to storm prep and also to spending money on prevention. I'm wondering if the PUC might speak to that a bit, whether this is necessary, at least in their arena or not, as we go forward. Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Foster, we certainly have looked at that in the recent past, and we can, in response to recent storms, so we can get you in the committee commission information in reviewing storm response, which I believe we have done recently. Yes, the utilities do work on their storm response and hardening the system in various ways, which involve, tree trimming and replacing wires with more robust storm wires. I will remind the committee, as I often do, that there's no free lunch, that there is a cost to hardening the system. We could probably spend billions and billions of dollars and never have an outage, but we want to do that. So it's really a weighing of the costs of minimizing outages versus the costs of having those outages and what could be done. So there's no easy answer. It's like most things in our regulatory world, it's a trade-off. But we have, as I said, I believe we have done a storm review, a review of CMP, I think recently, and maybe version 2, which we can get you those documents. Whether the bill is necessary or not is a call for you guys, not for me.
Thank you, Representative Foster. Follow up.
Yes, thank you, Senator. And Thank you, Mr. Tannenbaum, for leading into my next question, which is for you and the sponsor. And that is exactly, is a bill necessary to get the information from you that the committee would find valuable in this area, or could we simply do so with a letter from the committee?
Yeah, that's a good point, Representative. Again, just seeing what Representative Berry is proposing, it may well be doable without legislation for sure.
Representative Berry, and then I have a question as well. Go ahead, Rick.
Thank you, Senator Vitelli. And I do agree that sometimes a letter is more effective. I think what I'm hoping for is that there might be some result, particularly the two first bullets that I mentioned, and also the fourth regarding the Connecticut law, that might actually result next year in the committee wanting to take some action. And the difference between a letter and a resolve is that a resolve can allow the committee to go ahead and take an action. My concern being if we simply write a letter and we get back some information that is useful that we want to act upon, we will not have a vehicle with which to do so, potentially. So I think that's really the only reason that I would put it in the form of a resolve.
Thank you. And I have a question that may come in part because I'm new-ish to this committee and to some of these issues, but I'm not clear what the state could do to make it more possible for COUs to access FEMA money in these instances, since that's a largely federally directed program. So I'm just curious if either Mr. Corbin or Mr. Tannenbaum can speak to that, or if we need to ask someone else whether that's something that could be done.
Yes, I thought the issue that Representative Berry mentioned was to investigate or check in with the COUs to make sure they have accessed what was available, not to go to Congress to make more money available.
So theoretically, they are able to access FEMA funds. They just may not be doing so for whatever reasons. Is that the issue?
Yes, I believe, in certain cases, FEMA funds are available. I have no reason to think they are not accessing available federal funds. It certainly would be in their interest to do so. And I haven't heard any issue about that, but we could certainly look into it if it's the committee's desire that we do so.
Thank you. I don't know whether Mr. Corbin wanted to add anything, but I see Representative Grohowski has a question.
Thank you. The question I have about that, which I think is rhetorical at this time, is, I think we're quite familiar with the fact that there can be many resources available to any of us as individuals or businesses or maybe utilities that we just don't know exist or don't know how to access. And so in my mind, what Representative Berry is suggesting is like a assistance or like a navigator type process, because as we heard with the water utilities, for instance, it can just be very hard for a smaller utility to recognize what's available. And I don't know enough to know if they are or aren't, but I think my hope is that if they aren't, that if there's technical assistance that can be provided by the state, that we would do that for the benefit of the customers.
Thank you. That helped clarify for me where that's coming from. Representative Berry?
I would concur with that. And I think it may also be a matter, and I think the PUC could help guide us on this, but it may be a matter that that FEMA, the state emergency management agency, could help to ensure we benefit from. But I suspect this particular item is not something that we would need further legislation on. It's really a matter of coordination among agencies. It seems a little more likely to me that a couple of the other items are potential places for legislative action next year. But if I may, Senator Vitelli, I think what might be beneficial is if we simply tabled this item, I can work on this language with Deirdre and bring it back as an amendment, with a little more specificity. So folks have the additional time and comfort to work on it. I can discuss with Mr. Tannenbaum offline, as he suggested, and bring something back to the committee. I don't want to waste folks' time today.
Thank you, Representative Berry. I appreciate that because my head was starting to spin a little bit about what we were actually looking at here, since this has just sort of been put before us. So we'll, Representative Foster, you have a question or a motion here?
No, I have a comment, if I might, to Representative Berry's suggestion. I would voice my support for the sponsor working with Deirdre to craft a letter that the committee could review and once we're in agreement, sign on to, with the knowledge that under the current circumstances, the representative could submit a bill in regards to what those findings are without a lot of effort when that time comes, and without requiring legislative action beyond this committee. But that would just be my thoughts on this. Thank you.
So it sounds like we have two possibilities before us. One is to table the bill and have Representative Berry work to bring us back a more concrete amendment that we can all look at, or the other alternative suggested by Representative Foster is to request that Representative Berry and Deirdre craft a letter to the PUC that contains similar requests. Is that what I'm hearing? Representative Wadsworth?
Yeah, I find myself supporting the letter avenue here. So that's where I'm at.
I'm not sure they're mutually exclusive. Deirdre, can you advise on that?
I mean, I think it depends. If the resolve is basically asking the PUC to do A, B, C, D, and the letter is asking the same thing, I don't know if we necessarily need both. But if there's some difference in what they're both asking, then yes, there could be two things. But it seems like if you're going to pass a resolve that says, look at these four things, and then conversely send a letter that says, hey, look at these four things, we wouldn't necessarily do both. So it might be an either or, I think, in this situation, either a letter or a resolve.
Although we don't necessarily have to make that determination at this moment.
Correct.
Okay. Representative Cuddy?
I know I'm a bit of a broken record, and I also realize that this is literally the only thing I've said today, but I would make a motion to table.
I should have known that's where you were going. Thank you, and I believe Representative Ziegler seconded that. So we have a tabling motion. We can dispense with that first, and then we'll get back to Representative Foster's idea as well. So this is not debatable. All those in favor of tabling this bill for the time being, please raise your hand. It looked unanimous. Any opposed? Okay. So that's tabled. Representative Foster, would you like to make a specific motion about a letter?
No, I'm fine with this action, and we can address it when it comes back to the committee as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll hold off on directing Deirdre to come up with a letter until we see the amendment. Correct? All right. Representative Berry.
Thank you, Senator Vitelli. And I'll just add that if Representative Wadsworth or Foster or Carlo if one of the three is willing to work with me on that language, I would greatly appreciate it for next time. I'll talk with all of you offline. Thanks.
Okay. Very good. Well, I think we have now completed our work for this morning in terms of the work session for these 4 bills. Unless Deidre has something else for us at the moment, I'm going to suggest that we move to a break, which we haven't really had. We've had a small one, and then plan to resume at 12:30, which is about an hour. We get a good hour's lunch here to take up the public hearing. That sounds workable? Deidre, did you want to?
I just want to say your timing was impressive today. You ended exactly an hour before the public hearing is scheduled, so good work.
Committee's getting its groove on.
Clearly, we need to have Senator Vitelli chair more often.
I was going to say that, but I'll second that.
You're very
I think Representative Table had something to do with it myself.
I think so too. Yeah. Anyway, thank you. We will take a break until 12:30. I will not be back with you at that time since I have to go to Ledge Council, but thank you all for your work this morning. Please remember to turn off your mics and your video cameras, and we'll be back at 12:30.
welcome back, everyone. And if you could just turn on your video, that would be great. We'll go ahead and begin once we have a quorum. Okay, great. Well, welcome back to the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. We will dispense with introductions since we've already introduced ourselves once today, but I want to get right into the subject matter here. We have a bill hearing on LD 1053, which is entitled An Act to Allow Microgrids That Are in the Public Interest. The bill will be presented by our very own Representative Grahowski, and we'll be taking testimony after that from the public. So without further ado, Representative Grahowski, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, fellow members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I am Nicole Grahowski, and I represent the communities of Ellsworth and Trenton in the main house. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of LD 1053, an act to allow microgrids that are in the public interest. So first, let me start by introducing microgrids. According to the Department of Energy, quote, "A microgrid is a local energy grid with control capability, which means it can disconnect from the traditional grid and operate autonomously," end quote. This definition focuses on microgrids that interact with our existing utility grid, but it is important to note that some microgrids are entirely independent of a larger grid due to their rural or isolated nature. A microgrid can have a single user, like an industrial facility or a hospital, or it can have many users, such as a neighborhood, town, or region. The independent and single user cases have become, I'd say, fairly standard and understood, while a grid-connected multi-user microgrid is a bit more complex and currently does not have a clear regulatory framework for application in Maine. So a grid-connected multi-user microgrid, as I'm calling it, can provide many benefits to customers within it. Particularly, a microgrid can isolate from the grid and operate in what's called island mode in order to provide electricity to users when the main grid is not able to provide electrons, for example, due to storm damage or a demand-induced blackout. Additionally, while connected to the grid, microgrid controls can be used to balance locally generated electricity and demand, thus reducing the need for expensive transmission upgrades borne by all ratepayers, while also helping microgrid customers to achieve local energy independence of sorts. So this legislation intends to provide more clarity to our utilities, those interested in developing microgrids, and the Public Utilities Commission about what conditions should be met to protect both microgrid and non-microgrid customers and overall grid operation in order for a microgrid proposal to be approved. Ultimately, the benefits of a microgrid can be experienced broadly if designed and implemented thoughtfully. To my knowledge, the conversation about microgrids in the Maine legislature began in the 128th legislature when Representative McDevitt presented a bill whose language was based on the work of approximately 30 individuals from Lincoln County who were interested in the topic. Representative Devon reintroduced a similar bill, LD 13, in the 129th legislature. At that time, he noted in his testimony the work of Vermont's Green Mountain Power to establish microgrids within their territory. A February 2021 news release, which I have linked in my testimony from Green Mountain Power, indicates it is creating a microgrid to benefit customers in the town center of Panton, Vermont during larger grid outages. And to do that, they are leveraging a local 4.9 megawatt solar facility with utility scale batteries. They noted in that press release, quote, GMP is believed to be the first utility in the country to island a distribution circuit using inverter-based sources with no reliance on fossil fuel generation backup, end quote. So as a member of this committee in the 129th legislature, I worked with interested stakeholders to create an amendment to LD 13, and that amendment is the bill before you now. However, I'm sure that there are refinements still needed. For example, do we want to ensure that generation built to supply a microgrid not be counterproductive to our climate and clean energy goals? So in the spirit of always adapting and improving on previous work, I have asked a number of experts in grid modernization and particularly application of microgrids to join us today or provide written testimony for our review. I look forward to learning more about microgrids, how they can be implemented, and how we can improve this bill to achieve what are its underpinning goals: regulatory clarity, improved grid resilience, and localized energy independence. So I want to thank you all for listening to my testimony and support of LD 1053, and I look forward to working with you on policy to improve grid resiliency and promote the integration of distributed renewable generation to balance load at the local level. And happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Grochowski. And does the committee have any questions at this time for the sponsor? Seeing none, we will proceed to members of the public who have signed up to testify. Before we do that, just a reminder about our committee process in taking public testimony. First of all, you should know that this meeting, as all of our meetings are, is being live streamed on YouTube and as well as on Zoom. And we are recorded, so the meeting is available to view afterwards on the YouTube channel for the committee. If your name on your Zoom square is not your full name, first and last, please do go ahead and add that. You can click on the three little dots next to your name and change that. The other item that I want to just make sure folks are aware of is that I will ask you to state your name, your town of residence, and or the organization that you represent. And as always, we will begin with testimony in support of the bill, proceeding to testimony in opposition, if any, and conclude with testimony that is neither for nor against. So with that, we'll proceed to our first victim. And each member of the public, by the way, is given 3 minutes to testify. So I will ask you to wrap up your remarks if you reach that 3-minute mark, and then the committee will be able to ask you questions. So Clifford Krolik, representing, I believe, the Sierra Club, welcome. And the floor is yours. I would just ask you to unmute yourself and go ahead with your testimony.
Well, thank you, Representative Berry and Representative Grochowski and other standing joint members of this committee for taking my testimony. My name is Clifford Krolik. I write as a representative of the Sierra Club. 22,000 members and supporters. Founded in 1892, Sierra Club is one of the nation's oldest and largest environmental organizations who work diligently to amplify the power of 3.8 million members nationwide as we defend everyone's right to a healthy world and focus on climate action. We, of course, support LD 1053 in our pursuit of that mission. If Maine is going to meet its carbon reduction goals set by the legislature and the governor, we must change how we power our transportation, heat our buildings, and use energy in many other ways. In other words, we must try to electrify everything. This will require not only greatly increasing the means of generating electricity, but also how electricity is delivered as well as stored. Traditionally, meeting increased demand for electricity has been accomplished through expanding long-distance, high-voltage transmission lines in order to reach the relatively small number of large centralized generating facilities. However, the long-distance transmission of electricity over hundreds of miles from the source of generation is incredibly wasteful of energy, environmentally devastating, and with increasing climate disruptions, it's extremely costly to maintain. Furthermore, big transmission lines are very expensive to build, and private utilities often are guaranteed higher rates of return, leaving little incentive for the utilities to provide local distribution corrections. There are always external costs, but in an equitable society, the private sector needs to be an honest and fair partner with the public. Too often, we've seen investor interests take precedent and ratepayers end up paying more for electricity than they need to do. We now have the technical wherewithal to largely increase reliance on beneficial electricity without relying on grid expansion through long, costly transmission lines. We can accomplish our carbon reduction goals through small, decentralized generation sources known as microgrids. Microgrids amount to a democratization of both transmission and generation of electricity, which is key to the longevity, equity, and benefits of a civil society, not the least of which is avoiding the worst effects of climate crisis. Highly efficient, localized generation, transmission, and storage will offer much greater benefits to the planet as a whole compared to large centralized generation facilities and lengthy transmission lines. The costs of traditional energy sources, fossil fuels, nuclear, and large megadams are rapidly rising, while renewables continue to drop in costs and outpace fossil fuels on all levels. It's
Mr.
clear
Krolik,
that with the goal of zero carbon emissions.
Mr. Krolik, if you could just wrap up your testimony, we are at 3 minutes.
Okay, sorry about that. In closing, I would like to say I feel the struggle and I appreciate the effort that this committee is making. There are many challenges and roadblocks and many unforeseen blocks thrown in front of the committee. We as a nation and a state are in the midst of a battle to transition to our energy system to a total renewable grid. Keep in mind, there have been very well established financed elements working to slow and often obstruct changes to our national grid.
Mr. Krolik, I'm going to stop you there. Thank you very much, but I'm afraid your time has expired. At this time, if the committee has any questions for Mr. Krolik, he would be in a position to answer them. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, we do appreciate your testimony, Mr. Krolik, and we will, as always, review the full written testimony that is submitted. And I should probably have mentioned that at the beginning of this hearing for members of the public who we don't see as often, and hope you will come back. Our next witness in support of the bill is Kay Aiken. And welcome, Kay, and please remind us where you hail from and proceed with your 3 minutes of testimony.
Thank you, Representative Barry. I'm Kay Aiken. I'm CEO of Introspective Systems. I reside in Portland, Maine, where we have a small startup actually working in this field. You may have seen the press on our Idaho project, which is a microgrid, actually a 92% renewable microgrid for the island of Idaho, which we hope to get started in the next few months. I'm here today because I'd like to consider myself an expert. I've testified before in front of this committee with different people, though Seth is the same. Seth will remember me. I also actually contribute to the Maine Climate Council and as well as the Maine Utility Regulatory Reform and Decarbonization Initiative that was formed and convened by the Maine Nature Conservancy and the Great Plains Institute. But most importantly, as related to this bill, I'm one of 13 members of the GridWise Architectural Council, which is the lead U.S. Department of Energy Advisory Board for grid modernization. So we work on this area very extensively throughout the entire nation. Our board advises the DOE on grid modernization, grid architecture, and regulations to make those changes into the utility system so that we can have a fully decarbonized electrical grid. And I fully support the intent of LD 1053, but I do want to point out to the committee a few potential strengthening places where we can strengthen the legislation, possibly stop any unintended consequences we may find. Microgrids obviously receive a lot of press, and I really applaud for this to happen here. However, I find in most cases it will be hard for communities in Maine to take advantage of this law. If a small community, which I believe is the intent, wants to pursue a microgrid, the following will likely happen. Unless the microgrid is fully contained, crossing no public roads, the utility will object to the encroachment on their distribution system. At which point the PUC is going to have to determine, are there any negative ratepayer effects, cost shifting, as some people have talked about. And I would like to strongly suggest that there's some language in there to give the PUC some guidance on how to specify those costs so that the PUC isn't basically put out in the lurch and put in a regulatory rough spot. Even if this barrier is overcome, most communities, however, do not have the capability to maintain the power lines to the residences or businesses. In the case of Idaho, it is a fully functioning utility. They already have that capability. But if we wanted to put a microgrid in a small community of, say, a few thousand, it would be hard for them to get the expertise to actually implement this. So I think what we're going to end up with is larger complexes like college campuses, industrial parks, paper mills, industrial buildings, creating microgrids. The limit is at 25 megawatts, which is very, very large. There's only 9 communities in the state larger than that, okay? And we're going to find that we're going to see major grid defections from the grid with these industrial, because they'll be able to eliminate all of the distribution dollars that currently maintain at pretty extensive amounts, maintain the utility's capability to service residences. So I think this is something we have to look at.
I'm going to have to ask you to summarize as well.
I think that's the good points.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? I see Representative Cuddy has one.
Yeah, my initial question is going to be, is there anything else you want to say? Because you're on a great roll. But I also want to point out that I have zero experience with microgrids and really zero understanding of it. And we are already speaking at a relatively high level of understanding. And when I say relative to, when you're a 3-year-old, the 8-year-old's understanding is relatively high. So I'm not saying that you are like delving into your actual knowledge base yet. So can you bring it down for me? I mean, give me the base idea. Is a microgrid just there's an interconnection point beyond which you can throw the cutout at that point, and now the microgrid is its own self-sustaining grid?
That is the general. It's called islanding. It's the ability to a small. What the GridWise Architecture Council works on is a locally defined geographical area. Okay. that can island. And that means basically flipping the switch. Now it's all done automatically. So if there is a fault above, I currently am working with Mount Desert Island, for instance, okay? And Representative Goralski's got the substation that we'll be hooking to for Mount Desert Island, which is in Trenton. There would be a switch, if we created Mount Desert Island as a microgrid, there would be a switch at that point so that if Trenton substation failed, the renewable energy systems on the island would be able to take up the slack and maintain power on Mount Desert Island. So there is actually a physical switch, though nobody has to actually flip it.
Great. Any other follow-up? Yes, Representative Cuddy.
So would the utility then, I mean, the utility would be aware, substation fault, they would be aware that MDI is now operating as a microgrid. And then there's, I'm assuming, a procedure in place for the reconnection.
Yes, it's called IEEE 1547. So I won't go into the technical background behind that, but there is a very tight technical specification for reconnecting to the grid.
Okay.
Specified by FERC rules, which is the Federal Energy Commission.
Thank you. That was good. That brought it right down to my 3 level. I appreciate that.
Great.
I also want to say, you know, I am a technical resource. I can help you as you're working on this. Please, Representative Goralski has my address. I can help in these areas. In fact, today I just got a contract from Boston to look at this and help them build their regulations.
Thank you. Okay, and we, I know I'm actually not the only one who was here when you testified on this legislation in the 128. That Representative Wadsworth, I believe, was a member of that committee as well. So
I apologize if I didn't remember.
We'll see if that's okay. We'll see if the third time is a charm on this one. And Representative Ziegler has a question, I believe. Representative Ziegler, you are muted, I believe.
Oh, I wanted to go through the day without hearing that. Thanks for being here. The microgrid would also have to have a storage capability, wouldn't it? And also, what pushback are you getting from the grid operators on the larger scale?
Okay, 2 questions here. Typically, they work best with storage. It's not a requirement that you have to have storage, but it does make the grid able to bridge these times when there is no power more effectively. And you can actually use the solar. For instance, Idaho is going to have a 700 kilowatt hour storage device, which is going to allow it to bridge for 12 hours, moving the solar to the evening, which is actually helps from a resource allocation standpoint, makes the overall utility more efficient. Now, as far as the second question, pushbacks, it's all over the map. I'm currently talking to a cooperative in New Hampshire that is looking to implement some of these technologies. Some are better than others. So Amera, Maine has actually helped us with Mount Desert Island. So I'm very, very helpful, thankful for them.
Great. Representative Ziegler, any follow-up?
When they go off the grid, is there a loss to the major providers of production of energy? And do they not see that a problem because they don't see the grids failing that often to go to a microgrid? And that's the last question I'll ask.
Well, if they've already failed, in other words, in my use case here, if Trenton substation has failed, they've already lost Mount Desert Island. So it actually doesn't affect them because what it means is the hospital in Bar Harbor is going to be able to keep their power. The College of the Atlantic is going to be able to keep their power. Probably not all of it, but at least a good portion of the utility of the Mount Desert Island will be able to stay active. So there's really no loss to the utility. However, there is a loss in revenue generation for them if the grid completely cuts off, which is what I'm afraid of. The way the law is written right now is that these large industrials are going to just cut the cord, build their own microgrid, call it a day, and basically save themselves 40 to 50% of their bill. And that's money lost to low-income people, the regular ratepayer.
Thank you. And I think that is part of the reason that we've incorporated a public interest test for the PUC in the bill. I'm going to go next to Representative Cuddy. You're muted, Representative Cuddy.
I blame Representative Ziegler. Yeah, you mentioned in your testimony that a public road would essentially be a barrier that would allow a utility to claim encroachment.
That's the way I read it. I may be mistaken.
I was going to ask, is that specific to the bill, or is that a piece of public utilities rules and regulations?
I think it's a combination of both.
Okay.
There is a current rule, I think it was 2004. Representative Barry, can you remember? We had a large discussion about this a couple of years ago. There was a PUC ruling that said crossing a public right-of-way caused it to be, I know the lawyer for the PUC had a argument about this. So I think this is an artifact of that ruling back in 2004.
Thank you. Great. I don't see any other questions, so we greatly appreciate your testimony, your expertise, and your making yourself available in work session or before then. Next up, we have to testify in support of the legislation, Melissa Winnie from the Governor's Energy Office. Welcome.
Thank you, Representative Barry and members of the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. I am Melissa Winnie, Energy Policy Analyst with the Governor's Energy Office. In addition to the benefit of microgrids in terms of reliability, I just wanted to also highlight that it does provide additional opportunity. Oh, and I'm testifying in support. Does provide additional opportunity for incorporating some localized renewable energy generation, allowing communities to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions within the microgrid. And there's also potential additional economic and workforce opportunities for the community of the microgrid. During the last legislative session, the GEO worked closely with supporters of that bill on the amendment that turned into this legislation. And we are supportive of that language and the requirement for the PUC to provide that report back to the EUT committee. That includes an update of microgrid activities as well as recommendations for legislation to clarify or enhance the law moving forward. While microgrids can provide these benefits that have been discussed already, it is vital to ensure adequate consumer protections and regulatory oversight. And during the previous legislative session, the GEO and other stakeholders did express some concerns related to the size of the microgrid, how exactly it would operate, the potential impacts to ratepayers not in the microgrid, consumer protections for those in the microgrid, and the regulatory oversight of the operation in terms of when it can island and exactly how that would work with the rest of the grid system. It does seem that the current legislation addresses these concerns, but we're open to additional discussion and review with other stakeholders as well. And we are open to work with the sponsor and interested stakeholders to further refine the language as is seen needed. Given some of these uncertainties around those issues that I just mentioned, it may be prudent to move forward with the pilot program first, providing the opportunity for limited microgrid proposals. And just further to mention, we do want to ensure, I think Representative Grahowski mentioned this as well, that these microgrid proposals would work to advance and not hinder any of Maine's our climate and clean energy goals and requirements. So again, just noting that microgrids do provide this tool to aid the state in meeting those goals and provides an option for communities to make a choice to move forward with greater energy independence in generating their own electricity, reducing their greenhouse gas emissions, and potentially ensuring that improved reliability. And so by establishing these regulatory requirements and oversight, this is an opportunity to carefully develop microgrids and better understand, again, how they would operate and exactly what those benefits are. So thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Winnie. We'll go to Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Winnie, for being here. Does the Energy Office have any comment on this idea of not being able to cross a public road with a microgrid? It strikes me that that's a real problem if we're going to use them in the community.
Yeah, thank you, Representative, for the question. I don't have any insight on that at this moment, but I'd be happy to come back with some more information for the work session.
Any follow-up, Representative Cuddy? Okay. Well, seeing no other questions for you, Ms. Winnie, thank you very much for your testimony. We look forward to working with you at the work session. Before we proceed to testimony in opposition, Izzy, do we have any additional late-breaking testimony in support?
I have not heard of any.
Great. And do we know of any testimony at all in opposition?
I do not have any in opposition.
Okay. So we'll proceed then to testimony neither for nor against. And first up is James Cody Versant. Welcome, Mr. Cody.
Sorry about that. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Barry and members of the committee. James Cody here on behalf of Versant Power today. Versant Power testifies neither for nor against the legislation, but would like to indicate that clearly, and I think many of you know, over the years, formerly Emera Maine and now Versant Power has had significant interest in microgrids, having proposed one of their own at their Hamden Operations Center that unfortunately was not approved by the PUC, but we've also been involved in many discussions over the past several legislative sessions in talking about this microgrid concept. For your benefit, I won't read through my testimony, but I will just point out that we did submit written testimony and just touched on some key issues and considerations that we think is important for the committee to look at as you head into work session on this bill. Among them, some things to think about: infrastructure, duplication, and maintenance of a microgrid, and how the existing transmission and distribution system interacts with a new microgrid. We think it's really important that there's seamless operation of both the microgrid and the existing utilities so that they can work effectively together and at the maximum benefit for their customers. Also important to note that the legislation as drafted talks about assessing direct costs, but we think it's also important to think about indirect cost implications. Obviously, cost should not be the sole factor in determining whether a microgrid is an appropriate solution, but it should be a key consideration. As others have touched on, we did just touch on the fact that 25 megawatts is fairly large. So consideration into whether or not that is the right number would certainly make sense from our standpoint. And then, as others have also touched on, climate impacts and how a microgrid, if they are developed in the future, should benefit our climate goals and not adversely affect them. And then I'll wrap up just by saying that moving forward, and I think someone else touched on this as well, it seems very reasonable to us that the best way to approach a microgrid policy may be to engage in some pilot projects and measure the success and understand all the implications of them going forward. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. And we'll go to Representative Cuddy.
After all my tabling motions earlier, I feel like I have to really contribute this time through. That's what's happening here. And Mr. Cody, I'm glad that you folks have engaged in at least the thought of one of these before. Do you have a sense of who then would be in charge of maintenance on the switch? You know, the example was given earlier of MDI. Just on the other side of the substation, there's a switch to cut it in case the substation goes down. Who's maintaining that?
I don't have the answer to that, Representative Cuddy, and I think it's a good question, and one that probably would need to be resolved in policy, whether that's in PUC rule or in statute. I think that's something that needs to be determined. I would also offer, if it's helpful, Dave Norman, who is the chief engineer at Versant, would be happy to come into the work session and answer that from a technical perspective.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And we will proceed next to the moment while I get back to that sheet. Mr. Corbin of the Public Utilities Commission to testify neither for nor against. Welcome.
All right. Good afternoon, Representative Berry and honorable members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name's Garrett Corbin. As was just mentioned, I am the legislative liaison still for the Maine PUC, and I'm here to testify neither for nor against LD. I was just looking at a bill from the last legislature, 1053. We, in our written testimony that you have, we describe from our perspective what this bill does, and raise this notion that's been brought up now that this is not the first iteration of this legislation. But the main point we wanted to make today is that in the view of the commission, the proposal described in the bill is responsive to concerns that we have expressed in the past, and the printed language contains enough clarity for the commission to implement the proposal as drafted. And we anticipate that we can accommodate those activities within staff resources if this legislation is enacted. But that said, the commission, we did want to acknowledge some concerns regarding enforcing reliability, safety, consumer protection aspects of new microgrids as proposed in the bill. So we just wanted to flag that any rules that the commission would promulgate as a result of any proposed new microgrid would likely contain some specific provisions addressing those matters, just to ensure that anyone relying really essentially on the microgrid would be protected in the event of the microgrid dissolving or going away for some reason. And with that, the commission, of course, will be present for the work session, and we'd welcome any questions.
And thank you very much. We'll go to Representative Cuddy.
And I'm sure you've heard, Mr. Corbin, I asked a couple people about this idea of crossing roads and where that comes from. If you could have for the work session information around exactly what it is that would make it an encroachable offense, I don't know the proper term, if it were to cross a public street.
Right. Yeah, I'd be happy to get the commission some more information on our, the committee, more information on the commission's precedent regarding that. And just a reminder, there was a sort of limited exception crafted by the last legislature. It was LD 1173, I believe, was the bill number. That's what I was just checking. That did not override commission precedent, but it did try to clarify that sometimes generation and limited connections can be allowable. So we haven't done a full analysis really of whether that, how that meshes with microgrids, if that would help. I just wanted to raise that as a reminder for the work session.
Thank you.
But otherwise, yes, we'd be happy to get you more information.
Thank you, Mr. Corbin, for flagging that. And it was indeed LD 1173 from the 129th. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for Mr. Corbin also, thank you for being here. Just if you could, would you agree that part of the discussion on that previous bill in that regard was, for example, If the former paper mill in Bucksport decided they needed to go across the road, they wanted to form a microgrid because of the generation capacity available there and possible occupants for that property that may have businesses or whatever that would tie into that so-called microgrid, that would be an example of where we looked at possibly going beyond what the language currently says about crossing a highway. Thank you.
Yeah, Representative, frankly, your memory might be better on that one than mine. I was not with the commission at that time, but I do recall the conversation, and I do recall that it was related to at least one mill. But that's all I'd say for now, and happy to follow up for a work session.
Seeing no other questions for the commission, we will proceed. Thank you, Mr. Corbin. And Mr. Hobbins, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Representative Barry, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I'm Barry Hobbins. I'm the public advocate representing the Office of the Public Advocate, and I'm here today to testify neither for nor against LD 1053. First of all, the OPA would like to thank the sponsor, Representative Grahowski, for bringing this very important piece of legislation to the legislature for consideration. We'd also like to thank a former colleague of mine, Representative Mick Devon, for his tireless work on this issue in the past. The Office of the Public Advocate is supportive of the concept of the development of microgrids, and it is of the opinion that microgrids could have a potential to assist the state in meeting its climate change goals and addressing other policy issues. However, there is some concerns with the bill that we have observed and that we hopefully will see addressed in an amendment from this committee. Sections 1 and 2 of the bill address construction of facilities in the public way. This is significantly a potential impediment to microgrid development. So it is useful for this bill to address it, and it's likely that the incumbent utilities and the municipal officials may have concerns about duplication of facilities in the public way. For example, having poles and wires on both sides of the street. However, the parties should be encouraged to minimize duplication of facilities to the extent possible. Additionally, Section 3351 3B1 states that the incremental cost arising from the new microgrid is recovered from the microgrid owner and customers. This may benefit clarification in the Office of the Public Advocate assumes the sponsors will want them to exclude from this responsibility the loss of contribution of fixed cost of the utility that could arise from lost sales. These lost revenues has the potential to increase the rates of other customers. Therefore, the OPA would be reluctant to agree without direction from the legislature to exclude microgrid from such responsibility. It would be useful to have this issue clearly addressed by this committee. Finally, the Office of the Public Advocate would ask that the committee consider adding to Section D the requirement that the microgrid be, quote, cost effective. This requirement is in the non-wires alternative statute and would focus the review on the financial impact of a microgrid on all ratepayers to avoid cost shifting.
Great. And we are at
Thank you
3
for your
minutes.
consideration. And we look forward to working with you in the work session.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hobbins, for your testimony. And are there any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none.
Thank you.
We really appreciate the testimony,
Thank
and
you.
we'll move on to Mr. Steve Hudson on behalf of IECG.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Barry, members of the committee, my name is Stephen Hudson. Excuse me. I am a partner with Pretty Flaherty. I'm here today on behalf of the Industrial Energy Consumer Group. I think at this point everyone's familiar, but for those listening in online, we are a trade association of Maine's largest energy consumers who have been active in state, regional, and national energy policy. I first would like to say I echo many of the comments I think that our good public advocate made regarding this bill. IECG is testifying neither for nor against. We do appreciate the efforts of the sponsor to bring forward the bill as it was last session, which contained some language related to the Borlex doctrine. That's very important to large consumers that seek to lower their energy costs by installing self-generation. I would note that nearly every paper mill that I can think of already has on-site generation. This bill will not cause a race of defection of large energy consumers from the grid. I would also note that IECG supports efforts to empower consumers to pursue their own goals related to generation reliability. As I mentioned, many of our members have on-site generation that can meet all or part of their load. They also, many of them have the ability to island as needed. One of the things that is important is that the IECG members are large enough that they can provide additional grid benefits such as contribution to grid stability. The questions that I think the OPA has poised for you are important to consider. That's what we asked, whether additional language is needed to ensure that ratepayers outside the microgrid territory do not bear additional costs due to the existence of the microgrid. We also wonder whether owners of microgrids should also be responsible for decommissioning of the grid, or because I see operation and maintenance. I didn't see decommissioning. These things would have a life. Perhaps they'll go on forever, but I don't know that. And then we would like to get some confirmation from the PUC and perhaps language in the bill that confirms that nothing in the bill would require an individual consumer to seek commission approval before installing self-generation. But with all that, I'm glad we'll be here at the work session. I'll be glad to take any questions back and have them ready for you on or before the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Are there questions? Mr. Hudson, I know you're well aware that the bill this year and in last year's version does have language requiring that the commission require that any increase in cost to the larger T&D system as a result of the new microgrid must be fully recovered from the microgrid owner and customers of the microgrid and not passed on to other electric ratepayers. And that's a pretty inclusive statement, any increase in costs as a result of the microgrid. So do you doubt that the PUC would include the considerations or be unwilling to consider the concerns that you have raised today?
I think and we very much appreciate the committee's work last session and the sponsor's good work in bringing this bill forward that included that language. I think you have to distinguish between new costs and lost revenue. And so you've got to think about how those are going to be treated. The new cost is important. We're very glad to see that in this bill. There's a question I think that was raised regarding lost revenues that the OPA raised, and I don't think this is certainly workable to ensure that there's clarity here before we get too far down the road. And we would certainly support additional clarity regarding that. I just think it's good to know there are costs that embedded currently. And if a microgrid begins to operate and it no longer is actually taking service from its prior incumbent utility, that utility is going to suffer lost revenue. And there's a question of, is that lost revenue recoverable from other ratepayers, or is it just the same as if that customer had disappeared? So that's a policy question. I think it's important to listen to the OPA and the PUC regarding it. And I think there's no intent, I think, to try to shift costs onto other ratepayers. It's just making sure that the language reflects, I think, what I believe is the committee's intent. Thank you.
So I want to understand that a little bit better. And I think you're kind of the perfect person, or IUCG is the perfect entity to help us with that. Under current law, if I run a large industrial facility and I'm taking transmission level service and paying millions of dollars a year for that service, and I decide to install natural gas behind the meter generation, and cut my load to a tiny fraction of what it was previously. Am I required to pay the other customers of the utility or to compensate them in any way for what I've done? Or because I guess I'm not seeing where we have the precedent for that kind of logic in our current system.
I think that one of the things to remember is that even the largest energy consumer does not operate in an islanded mode 24/7, 365. So when we do connect, we end up paying costs, and our monthly costs are going to be determined by our peak demand charge. So that when our peak usage at a time when we have no generation up and running is what drives our bills. And that's how we contribute to the grid. But as I said, we also contribute in ways that we have not historically been compensated for. And that's just having, you put a paper mill with 100 megawatts of load behind it. It sits there almost as a spinning reserve that helps stabilize the grid. And we did it, the mills that do that did it for their own purposes. They didn't do it to benefit the grid, but there's a grid benefit that comes along with that. And we're not suggesting that we just would like to be sure that the committee is well aware that the PUC it understands the direction from the committee with regard to how it's going to treat lost costs. In my view, if you're talking about having a microgrid that operates as a reliability backup, then you may have very little to no lost revenue. If you have one that is seeking to create its own, in essence, utility 24/7, 365, there may be some questions about that. I don't know. I think there are some of the other questions you mentioned, and I'm glad Dave Norman will be here to answer them regarding the Representative Cuddy's on the switch. There are ISO requirements that may dictate who owns that switch, if you will, and especially since it's usually there's a switch on the customer side of the meter and there's a switch on the utility side of the meter, but ultimately the utility decides whether or not electricity is flowing across those wires at any one time.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we appreciate your testimony, Mr. Hudson.
Thank you.
And Izzy, do we have anyone else who wishes to jump in and testify?
I have not heard from anyone else. Oh, it looks like Gary Friedman just raised his hand in the attendees, so I'll promote him.
Okay. Great. And Mr. Friedman, welcome to the committee. We're happy to have you join us for 3 minutes and speak to this bill. I don't have a category, so just let us know who you are, where you're from, and whether you're testifying for or against, or neither for nor against.
Right. Thank you, Representative Berry and members of the committee. And I appreciate the work that Representative Grochowski and others have done on this bill over the last couple of years, I believe. My name is Gary Friedman. I'm one of the founders of A Climate to Thrive, which is a 1,200 member citizen organization on Mount Desert Island, which established as our mission in 2015 to make Mount Desert Island energy independent by the year 2030. And 6 years ago, when we had this vision, it seemed like an impossible dream. But the purpose of it was to show that renewable energy could power our community and that it would not only benefit the climate, but our local economy. And now 6 years later, we actually have a proposal in cooperation with College of the Atlantic, Kay Aiken of Dynamic Grid, Versant, and all of the towns on Mount Desert Island to establish a demonstration microgrid on part of Mount Desert Island with a $7 million grant with in-kind contributions from all these partners. And the purpose of this project would be to show that by a combination of management of demand and generation of locally generated power from solar arrays existing and new ones planned, along with storage and the artificial intelligence required to manage this microgrid, that we could actually increase reliability, ultimately reduce costs, and generate much of our own power from local sources, and incorporate elements of beneficial electrification of heating and transportation, and even making these technologies available to some of our low to moderate income ratepayers. We have storage integrated into our plans, as well as significant new arrays on town land. Town of Bar Harbor, I serve as a Bar Harbor Town Councilor, and other towns like the town of Tremont, which has a community solar farm that's existing and planned to be expanded. And I just want to say that we're in support of this bill because we believe that that anything that the legislature can do to facilitate the development of microgrids and support demonstration projects like ours is going to move our state toward achieving the our climate action plan and ultimately reducing costs for consumers. So thank you for your time today, and I appreciate your work on this.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Any questions for Gary Friedman? Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Friedman, could you let us know if you know what the load is for MDI? We've heard some question about the 25 megawatts proposed in this bill, and since I think your microgrid is one of the most promising currently in the works, I'd be curious if you know what your load is there.
Yes, it's off season, it's just under 10 megawatts, and in the peak season in the summer, it's in excess of 15 megawatts, but certainly well under 20.
Mr. Friedman, I'll follow up with a question of my own. There's been some discussion or maybe implicit suggestion that if a microgrid were created, such as the one that you contemplate, that you should not only have to make sure that it doesn't cost other customers of your utility more, but that you should also, in addition to that, pay the utility for any lost revenue that it might experience from your complete or partial departure from the grid. And I asked a question, I don't know if you heard it earlier, about a large industrial. You know, in my backyard is Bath Iron Works. They currently, all of their operations are powered by electricity. If they were to install natural gas generation there, they could essentially do what you're proposing to do. They could provide for themselves. And I don't know of any law that says that they would have to pay me for their choice to do that. So have you had any discussions about about that idea? Do you think it would be fair to expect MDI customers to compensate other utility customers for the utility's lost revenue?
That's a great question, Representative Berry. In our initial project that I described that we're hoping to achieve with the $7 million Department of Energy grant, it would involve entirely voluntary participation by major producers and consumers of electricity, like the Jackson Lab, like the town, and a few other large, relatively large users here. On MDI, we're talking about 25 kilowatts and up. We know that ultimately, as this grows, we need to work with Versant to decouple the rates that we're paying here, as a microgrid, and that the incentives for whether it's large organizations, businesses, or even individuals to participate in this has to be economic. So there would be, by using electricity at low demand times, there'd be a price break. And if you want to charge your EV at peak demand, then, you're going to pay extra for it. So we need to be able to set our own prices within the microgrid to make that thing work. And we understand that we need to work with the utility so that, to make that happen. Our position on the microgrid and solar power has been that, we want to work with the utilities to create a fair scenario, but we don't want to be penalized for the demonstration, the pilot projects that we're trying to use to eventually. We have a roadmap now for actually making MDI energy independent by 2030. It's technologically and financially viable right now, but we have to work with the utilities and the the PUC to come up with equitable rate structures that puts the rewards and incentives where they're due.
Thank you. Representative Ziegler.
There, I am muted. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. How are you structured? Maintenance costs, and I assume you're a board, and how do you work this as an entity?
Well, we're in the very earliest stages of the development of this project, Representative Ziegler. So we would be using Dynamic Grid as the technical I guess regulator. They're the ones that would install the artificial intelligence systems to monitor and reward people for participation in this project. Ultimately, we know that we'd have to get the approval of our towns and broad public buy-in for it. But what we're trying to do initially is with a small group of customers and decentralized generators, demonstrate that this actually can work and that it can save people money and achieve our climate goals.
Great. And seeing no other questions, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Berry. Glad to be here.
And Izzy, I think that's it. Is that right?
Yes, that's it.
Great. Okay, well, that will conclude this public hearing. And with that, we will conclude our work for the day. So I'll go ahead and bang the gavel, and Izzy can